I'd like to call this workshop to order. The time is 12 o'clock. I wish to welcome you to the superintendent's workshop being held in the Joe N. Idolette Junior TEC. I ask that out of respect to everyone, please silence all electronic devices, and also if you have any material you wish to share with any board member, please give that to our executive assistant, Ms. Moret. We will take a break every 2 hours if needed before that. At this time, I'd like to recognize the superintendent to explain the purpose of this workshop.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of today's workshop is to seek guidance and input and feedback from board members for items that will eventually come for approval, as well as to share information regarding academic outcomes, which is good news. And that is where we start today's agenda, which is reviewing some assessments results that we received earlier this month. And prior to going over the presentation, I think the board should take a great sense of pride in what the system has been able to accomplish. The reality is the school board governs the school system, and our school system has made significant progress over the last 4.5 years, and that is something that each and every single one of you should take a great sense of pride. So what we'll do is look at overall outcomes. What we have available to us is just the assessment outcomes. Ms. Rosario was going to ask a question about cohort growth when this presentation is done, and that is learning gains. At the end of this presentation, there is information regarding new cut scores, and hopefully, not hopefully, we anticipate learning gains and school grades and district grades being released later in this week. But this is the overall outcomes and looking at the number of students in our community. This includes charter schools as well as public schools. This is all public schools outcomes. So when you look at grades 3 through 10 in reading, language, arts, just to acclimate you to the screen, you see Indian River will always be at the top, and you'll see over the course of the last 4 years, the academic outcomes, students scoring 3 or above. Pay specific attention to 22-23, where it was 51, moving to 57. This is the percent of students in the entire system. I compare us to the other Treasure Coast schools, as well as Okeechobee, our neighbor to the west, because that is the closest counties. But if you were to put the state up there in academics, there's very little movement across all other counties and all other assessed areas. So St. Lucie, 51, 4 years ago, 48, not much of a change. Where you see significant improvement, specifically last year to this year, going from 51 to 57. That's a 6 percentage point improvement in grades 3 through 10. Very, very excited about that rate of growth. When you're looking at math, 3 through 8, why 3 through 8? In 9th and 10th, you have algebra and geometry, and we'll look at those in a minute. Once again, you're looking at last year, a 5 percentage improvement. That outpaces all of our surrounding counties, outpaces the state, both in the actual score of 60 as well as the rate of improvement from 55 to 60. This is every single student, grade 3 through 8. Very proud of that growth as well. This is 5th grade science. Once again, from 59 to 65, significant improvement. Significant investment in time and looking at maximizing that particular score. And once again, the highest rate of improvement from last year to this year. So we're excited about that and significantly outpacing not only in growth, but overall student scoring at 3 or above in 5th grade science. 8th grade science, and we all know, in speaking with me, middle school and high school has been a primary focus of mine this year. And a great deal of these improvements come on the back of the improvements in our middle schools and high schools. So you see 8th grade going from 50 to 53, and little improvement in the other counties. Actually, in terms of growth, St. Lucie got us in terms of 1 point, but there's still 8 percentage points behind us in overall student scoring at 3 or above. So once again, paying dividends in our middle schools. End of course exams, you're going to hear me talk a lot ad nauseum about civics next year. This is the one area of all the assessed areas where we remain consistent at that 69, 68, 67 mark. So there is, although 67 is a pretty good number from a state comparison or comparing ourselves to the state, but we could do better there, and we will continue to talk about civics. When you look at U.S. history, it's a completely different story, 72%, where last year it was 65, the year before that, outpacing all surrounding counties in U.S. history. These are our 10th and sometimes 11th graders in our high schools. Now you're looking at growth, because the next question I know a board member sitting on the right side was going to ask is, what about the beginning of the year to the end of the year, the growth over a school year? So this looks at the rate of growth. So you look at statewide, we're outpacing the state in every grade level, or every grade band configuration. We're looking at 3 through 10, grade 3, and then math 3 through 8. So really, really proud of what we do with students when we greet them at the door in day one, with what we're able to do over the course of 120 days. So that is absolutely significant in terms of maximizing a school year. So just to kind of look at this a different way, where we were 20 in the purple screen or block last year in state ranking. Now we are 14 in grades 3 through 10. That is significant. 18, 19, which is the last year before the pandemic. The last year schools were graded before I got here, 31 to 14. That rate of movement is not consistent for other districts. Most districts 4 years ago, if they were 20, they're 18 or 22. This is an anomaly. This is an anomaly. Something different is happening in Indian River County. I don't care how you look at the data tells the truth. In Indian River County, across the board, minus civics, is seeing significant improvement. Math grades through 8, 36 to 12. Last year we were 16. Now we are 12, continuing to push the needle there. 5th grade science, 35 to 35th to 5. That's a 30 ranking improvement. That's amazing. We were 10 the previous year. We were proud about that, but now we're 5. We'll take it. Grade 8 science, still 15 to 16, but look back to where we were 38th, so we're proud about that. Now, let me talk about the shifts in cut scores. So as you know, last year, we did not have that cohort growth, those learning gains. It was only proficiency. So forever, there'll always be an asterisk on last year's school grades and district grades because it didn't include the growth of all students. It only includes students who are able to get to 3-4, level 3 and above. The state, and this is why we don't have district and school grades now, as a result of the new assessment, they went through, did the regression study to identify new cut scores. They released those new cut scores for school grades to be approved Wednesday at the State Board of Education. So what I am highlighting to you right now is pending State Board of Education approval. And some things you're going to realize that are different. Last year, there was one scale. The one scale was applied to elementary, middle school, combination schools, and then high schools. And it was, if you had above 62% of the points, you were an A. If you had 54 to 61, you were a B, 41 to 53, C, and we won't talk about D's and F's because that's not who we are. But you see there is a consistent grading scale. The state is now creating different scales for each grade configuration. Why are they doing that? Because in high schools, you have an additional components, which are typically above or very, very high. As an example, graduation rate. Graduation is everybody's business, but only the high schools get credit for it. So of 100, our schools typically get around 92, 93, 95 points. So obviously, when you're just looking at, for elementaries, reading, math, science, and learning gains, they're only graded on 8 components now, including 3rd grade, whereas a high school is graded on 12 components. And those additional components come in at a higher score. So they've actually made it more difficult in middle schools and high schools to earn an A. So if you look at elementary, there's actually a shift in cut scores and a downward trajectory. So actually, no, I'm wrong. It's exactly the same. So there is no change in elementary school. The scale stays the same. But if you look at middle school, what was 62% of the total points was an A, now you have to get 64. And for a B was 54, they actually increased that 3 percentage points for middle schools to 57. And a C was 41, that's also a 3 percentage point to 44. And then a D from 32 to 34. So the state, rightfully so, is raising the bar. From a state's perspective, if you want schools to improve, raise the bar. And historically, what happens? Everyone's going to raise their effort to get over the bar. So we accept the challenge set by the state. Now you look at elementary, high schools, a very similar scale. Once again, 64 for the A, you have to improve, 57, 44. So if we go back to 21-22 and we produced a 62, it would have been an A 2 years ago, but now it's not. If we would have had a 57, that would have been, or a 54, that would have been a B. It is now not. It's still a C. Now, when you're looking at combination schools, we don't have a combination school yet, but we will. They have a more rigorous scale as well. They're using the combination school grade cut scores for the district. So the last time in 21-22, we had 59% of the points. That includes learning gains. We were a B. So if we were able to produce or maintain what we did when you incorporate learning gains, we would still be a B. And we have to increase above the 62 in order to get an A. So the state has the components, they have not released learning gains. In terms of looking at these new scales, based on the rate of learning that we've seen in the data that I just shared, we remain to be very, very confident in terms of the growth of the school system. I'll say it right now, even though we just got these cut scores, the expectation, as I have said when I sat in this room almost 5 years ago, I said every single school in this district should be an A. We will make that a reality this time next year. Mark the minute that this meeting is being presented on YouTube, whatever it is, at 2 minutes and 47 seconds, Dr. Moore said every single school in this district will be an A at the end of next school year. What our teachers are doing is to be celebrated. The growth of our principals, just not as leaders, but instructional leaders, data leaders, expectation leaders, pushers and supporters is absolutely something we can celebrate. So later this week, even though it's an extremely busy week, once the state approves these new scales, which we anticipate that they do, they have already informed superintendents. They will quickly release school grades and district grades once the state board has approved this. So we're anticipating anywhere between Wednesday and Friday, another celebration for our community. With that, that is a presentation, and I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, board members, any comments? Ms. Rosario?
Thank you. Dr. Moore, these scores here, the grade scales, you said were specific grade scales based on specific grade configuration. Mm-hmm. But so just to clarify the grade configuration, it is in grade, first grade, second grade, third grade. It's overall elementary, middle, and high school.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other question that I had was, the scale scores there, the new proposed, no, go back. Yeah, right there, sorry. The proposed ones that the Department of Education should approve on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. Okay, just clarifying. If we go from, so elementary stays the same, right? Just so that I can verify, clarify what you presented, because you presented a lot. But it's the middle school and the high school that would change.
Correct.
Only for the A.
No, for the A,
but it doesn't seem to change for the, oh yeah, and it changes for the B, okay. Do those scaled scores incorporate our school's percentage in total cumulative, including English, math, science, social studies, and everything? Or do they look at these scale scores specifically for language arts and math, or something to that? How are what do they look for in order to get that 62%?
In order to receive that final score, they take the components of each grade, or not each grade, for ELA, for math, for science, learning gains, lowest 25 for reading and math, that's another 2, put them up. And then science, 5th grade or 8th grade, civics, then they average those scores to produce this. So it is one score that is made up of all of the
All of
outcomes
those.
from the assessments dependent upon the grade level.
And I know the answer to this, but can you talk a little bit about why, and mostly for the public, can you expand a little bit about why? First of all, I wanted to say thank you so much for the work. Let me just go there. Thank you so much for the work that you, under your leadership, and your team have done to act, and the teachers and the principals and everybody else in our school system.
They should be smiling. Sorry.
But I would like to push you aside. And I'm going, I know, I just have to do it. But I have to give credit where credit is due here under Kelly Besura's leadership. So I want to thank you, Kelly, because oftentimes we address the superintendent because he is, of course, our hire, and he is responsible to report to us as board members. But you are the assistant superintendent of curriculum and instruction. And under your leadership, we have seen tremendous growth. So I want to thank you. Thank you for the work that you are doing specifically with teachers and principals and assistant principals and everybody else and your entire team. That doesn't eliminate everyone extended in the district, but certainly you deserve the congratulations on this. So thank you so much. Thank you. And I had that little note. I don't want to forget that. So Dr. Moore, going back to you, can you please expand a little bit about learning gains? So coming out of COVID, I'm going to say, we did not have learning gains for a little while. And then obviously we had a new exam, the benchmark exam that was brand new. And during that first year of implementation, we did not have learning gains, which was not this past year, but the previous year was the first full year. Now they're incorporating learning gains, and in simple terms for those who are listening, why that is so significant, and then why would the DOE want to incorporate those now?
So they are incorporating them now because last year they didn't have the ability to do so. Why didn't they have the ability? Because with a new assessment, you're determining growth in between the administration of those assessments from one year to the next. When you only have the one assessment, you have nothing in the rears to compare it to. So because that is, whenever that happens, they have a new assessment, there's always going to be a year where the state does not include learning gains because it takes 2 years to determine the rate of growth for a student. So last year, there was just proficiency across the board. When I say proficiency, students scoring 3, 4, and 5. What does that mean? It means any student who is not 3, 4, or 5 did not contribute to that school's grade. But as you know, when we talk about 60% of the students being 3 or above, there are 40% of the students who are not. The state designed probably about 12 years ago the new accountability system in which over the course of 5 years, if you were to get a learning gain, which is a year's worth of growth from 1 year to the next, and you got that learning gain for 5 straight years, you would be a level 3, which would be at the average. The previous system, a student could get a learning gain every single year from 4th grade all the way to 10th grade, meaning I got a year's worth of growth, but in the 10th grade, I still never hit the level 3. So what the state did 11 or 12 years ago is drastically change the game in terms of rigor. We now have those calculations that we are anticipating receiving. So when you look at the scale last year, I think it was 67% from a district's perspective was an A. You see it's going down to 64. Typically what happens, it's 400 additional points. Districts tend to, in some cases, not maximize in terms of learning gain. We want to celebrate being a district that has some of the highest learning gains in the state of Florida. And I will receive feedback from my mentors. Once again, I'm over-promising on things I have no control over because this data is already done, but I anticipate coming and telling this board, when you look at learning gains, both in ELA, in math, and learning gains for the lowest 25%, Indian River County is among the top in the amount of learning taking place within a school year. So all of it's now incorporated into the school grade, and it's going to allow every single student in the school, no matter where they come in at the beginning of the school year academically, to contribute to the reality of that school, which is the school grade.
So thank you for that. That makes it clear for our community and for our constituents and for parents, obviously, who don't really understand what learning gains is, being the degree of student learning, right? Growth over the 1 year period. And then now, of course, you're talking about over 5 years period. This makes a big difference, but if we can go back to that benchmark screen towards the beginning, the PM growth. Yeah, I think that's it. So this is, and even the first year that we had the new FSA, the new benchmarks test, which was last year, what I loved about it was that we could see the growth within a student in a year. So that's not anything new. Even the first year that it was out, because students test, let's say third grade, right? They take the test in August of items that would be a third grade level item in August. Clearly, you know, they would be lower. It would probably be expected that many students would be lower in August because they haven't learned that material yet. We do the same thing again middle of the year, and then we do the same thing at the end of the year, and that's how you can see the growth in how students learn within that particular grade. So that's wonderful. I love that, and I would like, and it's one of our legislative items for the Department of Education to actually expand upon that and give teachers and give the district specific diagnostic areas within that benchmark so that they can actually tailor something like what we do with iReady so that they can tailor instruction a little bit better. I would like for us to get there sometime. I know that's not on us as a district, but that is definitely something that I think can help the system overall. All right, so that aside, this still only looks at 1 year. So the cohort, you're shaking your head. So the cohort learning, which I talk about all the time, even though you can look at small cohorts, like in the case of learning gains, either within the year, the learning that has happened within that year, or within 5 years, cohort is slightly different. So cohort monitoring actually takes the entire group and follows that group over time. So in this case, we would take a third grader and we would follow the growth of all of those third graders in comparison to their classmates up until their 10, 11, and 12th grade to see that growth over time. And when you see that growth over time as they go up, we can actually better monitor the achievement gap. So I think we could see whether the achievement gap is actually closing within that particular cohort or not. That's the part of the cohort monitoring that, in my head, is something that I'd like us to get to. Slightly different from what you're saying. I'm not disputing or arguing that learning gains is not a cohort, but there are different kinds of cohorts. So
Right.
the overall cohort over time, I think, is something for us to be able to look at, especially when we're talking about our African American Achievement Plan. How are we monitoring that gap also? I think cohort monitoring can actually get eyes on what that actually looks like over time so that we can then identify and pinpoint what's wrong within those learning gains and then teach to those, I don't know, standards or, whatever is lacking within, the closing of the achievement gap. So I'm just going to hand it back over to you. But before I do, and you can talk about that kind of cohort learning and the achievement gap. But before I do, I will say, you said something is happening in the school district that is unique. And I will say that I do believe your leadership, now go to you, I do believe under your leadership, one of the conversations that you and I had, we were sitting in finance conference room, and I'll never forget it. And one of the conversations that we had, and it was an observation that I had as a new board member at the time, it was an observation that I had, and we've had leadership change over time, and that's fine, and I don't mind being the person to say it out loud, but we did have a significant issue or concern where leaders were building managers and not instructional leaders. And I think under your superintendency, you have changed the shift in mindset in education to empower principals and your district team to no longer be managers of their building, but to now be instructional leaders, which then, of course, trickle down to our teachers. And that is critical when you're talking about instruction. So I'm going to hand it back over to you, sir.
Thank you. Let me talk cohort, and then I'm not going to pass the opportunity to acknowledge the compliment. We now can do that. So this is the second year of FAST assessment. We can't go back and compare FAST to FSA. That's why the state didn't have learning gains. It was a new assessment. What a 53% was under FAST versus FSA are two different things. So this is the first year of producing what that cohort would be. And I think we're probably going to get around 8 or 9 years of being able to do exactly that. And that was one of the biggest things when applying for the job, the cohort growth. And this isn't cohort, but when you compared the third graders to the 10th graders, there was significant reduction over the course from when I was a current third grader to a current 10th grader. The more time children spend with the school system, the smarter the kids should get. That's just simple. We're seeing us being able to buck that trend significantly. Like I said, when you drill into this and you look at the growth in the secondary schools, it is like I almost want to stand up and try to do a backflip. I know I won't, but it is significant. Thank you. Instruction, it has always been my sweet spot around systems and structures as well. But I just want to let you know, I am going to be motivating our principals. We have them in their leadership teams next Wednesday for a 3-day retreat. And they will maintain being instructional leaders, but they need to lead around innovation. They need to lead around individualizing educational opportunities for every single kid in the school. They need to re-examine the choice offerings at their schools. They need to look at their themes. If we just hang our hats on these outcomes, we will not be successful in serving our community. So we are going to sustain the continuous growth around the rate in which we think and learn to improve instruction, but we're going to apply that same theory of action to be the state. We lead in terms of being able to maximize instruction within a course of the year on how we drive data and how we make decisions as fast as possible to modify that instruction in real time to improve how we're exposing the kid to it, to expose the student to the instruction. We need to do the same in innovation, and we need to do it quickly, because the state of Florida has changed the game. And we will not be the county that says, puts our hands up like the emoji. We will be the county that says, bring it on. We will recreate what public education looks like to meet the needs of every single kid. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. McDonald?
Thank you. Yes, I also want to congratulate you all. First, Dr. Moore for your leadership, and Kelly for being a central point in contact for that, for everybody here in the board and everybody in the room, and for all of our teachers throughout the school district. It's a great accomplishment. It's great to see us moving strongly in the direction of achieving what all these students need to achieve and getting to the level that they need to achieve. And I want to be the first to congratulate you all for having A-plus or having A-level schools across the district next year.
Next year. Okay.
Yeah, next year, yes. I'm
Very
gonna be
proactive, sir.
Yes, I'm proactively congratulating you for that and raising the bar. And I just wanted, if you could refresh my memory, what was relative to that 64% cutoff? What is our 2024 end rating for the school?
Well, that's how bold and courageous I guess I'm being, because we don't have that information, because we don't have learning
Okay, I
gains.
thought we had the number.
No,
Okay.
we don't have learning gains. We can make some assumptions, but we don't have the complete data set. So a student may have been in our school system but moved away. If he went to a different system, was in here between October and February, he counts for us, but we don't have his data. If he took an assessment and withdrew, there's a lot of data sets that we don't necessarily have, but when you're looking at overall growth in terms of what we're seeing, we're excited. And at the end of the day, regardless of what the letter grade may be, you can't dispute the growth.
Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
I don't think we say it enough, but thank you. Public education, we don't pat ourselves on the back very much, but job well done. Thank you to the teachers, administrators, support staff, district staff, and superintendent, because it truly does take all of us in a team effort. I think these gain scores, I was looking for those because we didn't have them last year. I think they're key indicators of where we are and where we need to go. And I think overall, really, really good job. And it's just great that our district staff, our principals, our teachers have that data so they can look at it on a regular basis, see where we need to grow and what we're doing well with and how can we do better. I did talk with Dr. McMahon this morning. I think he's working on the achievement gap. So hopefully we get those scores soon and we can see where we are now. It's very, very important that all of our students are succeeding. And, you know, I think that high expectations in general are what you have, Dr. Moore, and our principals have, the high expectations. But it's just not high expectations and we're going to let you go. It's high expectations with support. I've said that many times. I come in every once in a while, nobody's here, they're in the schools, which is wonderful, absolutely wonderful, because when principals and teachers, support staff, when they feel that support, it's just going to, you know, be a lot better all around. But the high expectations with support, I think, is what's moving us forward. Thank you.
Dr. Bosca?
So I think when thank you for the presentation, by the way, excellent presentation, very informative. When I moved here in around 2017, one of the first things I learned about the area is that the schools were not very good. And what you've done under your leadership in the last 2 to 3 years is really turned our school system into a draw for people moving here instead of the opposite. So we really, I don't think we can really shine a spotlight on this enough of how much improvement has been made since I moved here under your leadership. We're literally now, we're in the top 10 and across the state in almost everything. And instead of it being, you know, it's a nice place to live by the beach, it's beautiful, but the schools aren't great, now we're some of the best schools in the state. So it's a massive change in a short period.
Thank you.
I too would like to thank everyone because I know it takes a team and it's a huge effort. I know you've made some very bold statements and you know, you're putting the proof behind the pudding, so we appreciate that. Or is it putting behind the proof? I'm not sure. Couple things I just wanted to point out. I stopped into curriculum and instruction this week and looked at the civics book because, you know, civics kind of rings out. You know, you're doing great things all the way across, but of course you got that one little red dot there. And civics, of course, very important.
Yep.
And I'm very impressed with the books. And I didn't get to look through all of them. I just did a quick look. Of course, I'd like to dive in a little deeper on that book. But I'm hoping that that helps us a little bit with that, and I'm sure you have a plan. Would you say that ELC scores, or the ELC, sorry, the English language arts scores have increased because of Amplify and a lot of things that you've done to change how instruction is delivered?
So through the chair, there's not one thing anybody will be able to say, oh, it's just because of this.
Right.
It is a comprehensive approach. But I think at the foundation in ELA, that amplified curriculum is a key contributor to our growth. And I say a key contributor, you can't say amplify by itself, because it's just words on paper and books.
Right.
It's how it's delivered. And I've told you from day one, it's a hard teach, but our teachers have been fully committed. It was a hard transition year going from what was, which is what most other districts use, a very scripted, follow the big book and say the words and just read the prompts and turn the page. It's generic that a curriculum company is making. That's not the mode or the delivery style for Amplify. It's authentic in terms of what it's doing. It's engaging students in real stories that are factual and information. The level of writing is superior based on the science of reading, so it is a key contributor because our teachers stood up and are mastering that teach.
Are they, I noticed that, not calligraphy, sorry, script writing is in there, cursive. Are we able to fit that into the curriculum and teach it?
You may get me there, because
Yes.
yes.
That's- Hopefully, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because I still think that's an important skill that kids need. So you're not going to give us any projections on school grades right now?
I've said enough bold things today that I'm sure.
Yeah, I figured. Okay. So one thing, would you go back to that PM1, PM3 slide? So I noticed that PM1,
Wrong way.
it's all the way
Oh.
back, beginning. Okay, thank you. So I noticed in PM1, we're always behind the state. Is that because we give it early? I know we give it like the first day possible. Is that, do you think, the reason why we're behind the state and when we start out?
The state does provide a window. We do start early. Actually, I think pretty much all districts start within the same week now, whereas 2 years ago or 3 years ago, that wasn't the case. We do give it as soon as students get back, because that information is crucial on how we design the teach for the rest of the year. I'd imagine within a 3 or 4 day window, it's just a starting point. So the reality is, I think our students come back, and it's more of a reflection of the rate of growth. You know, what you're saying is the state starts at 3 percentage points in math above, but they can't keep the pace that we're keeping over the course of the year, where we grow from 11 to 50, where they only grow from 14 to 42. I think it's the
Yeah, I was
speed in
wondering
which we learn.
if it had anything to do with summer slide.
I don't think it's anything to do with summer slide. I think it has, because you keep in mind, that assessment at PM1 is a student scoring 3 or above without a full year of exposure to those standards. That
Right.
basically means if you're a 3 on the second day of school, darn it, you better be a 5 by the end of the school, because if you would have took that assessment at fast forward without learning anything more, you would be a 3. You're already a 3.
Right, so that's why I'm looking at it going, well, if the state starts out ahead of us, why aren't they finishing ahead of us?
Because of the rate in which our teachers are able to evaluate the impact of instruction and modify that instruction to meet the needs of the students. We learn faster than anybody else on what we're doing with children around instruction to modify it as quick as possible. We have a continuous improvement model that we use. We're the only one in the state of Florida that doesn't use their generic template for school improvement plans. We use our own because it takes a full years of learning that the state uses, and we jam it into 7 weeks. And we hold ourselves accountable to learning as fast as we can to drastically change instruction to improve it. That's the key. That's the success.
Good for you. I'd like to say not only kudos and congratulations across the whole team, but I think also one of the things I've seen over my last 5 years on the board is better communication with parents. And I think that's key. Focus, you get a lot more people now using Focus. I know that because I have parents that call and they'll say, oh, wow, I was on Focus, but I didn't see this. They're saying that it's better. It's not the best yet, but it's better than it was in the past. And I think that communication is key to making sure that our test scores continue to rise. So kudos for you on communication, and because I know it doesn't just take the curriculum team to make all this happen. You know, kids have to be fed, kids have to be brought to the school by transportation. But communication, sometimes we keep you out of the loop, and I just wanted to say thank you for that, because I think it's really important that parents know what's going on in their child's life all the time. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And just as we transition, nope. Mr. Rosario?
Ms. Rosario?
Thank you. I'm going to go back to this slide with the discussion of the statewide scores. Statewide scores are taken from the average of every single district across the entire state.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's not the same as looking at our individual scores and knowing where we stand. I mean, it's on a continuum. I get that we need those, you know, for comparison purposes, but I still think it's not, you're not looking at apples to apples there. The other thing with student progression, since you mentioned, I actually had a note here about student progression, and I wondered about our student progression plan now that we have the FAST. Earlier I said FSA, I meant FAST. Now that we have the FAST and we have PM1 happening, what would we do if a student comes in, you mentioned a student second day that they're in, or, you know, first week that they're in, and they test the FAST and, you know, they are 3 or above, maybe they're 4 or above, and what do we do with our gifted students? Like, I know that's an area of improvement for us, we have to do better there overall, but what would we do in the case of a student who clearly shows advanced knowledge of that particular grade? Do we recommend skipping them to the next grade? Do we call in the parent? What do we do at that point?
So through the chair, I'm not going to push myself aside yet, but I am going to ask Ms. Becerra to respond. But I will say this. The students who were level 5 and 4 in this district, great. But those same students contributing to the learning gain component, awful. It has been and I'm talking about our high achieving magnet schools, so it is a point of accountability for those principals. When we say all, we just don't mean the lowest 25%. And I've said it since I've gotten here. We have Ivy League students who are not being put on the trajectory to hit the Ivy League school. Nothing wrong with the state school. I went to one, go Knowles. But you need to have the option if you have the ability. So from my standpoint, it's accountability, and on your evaluation, we're going to look specifically, Beth, the evaluator, shaking her head, we're going to look specifically at the rate of growth for those. So when we do DataCom, which many of you have had the opportunity to see this room fill, and we have very strategic, difficult conversations around data, if you listen to a magnet school, the conversation is completely different to make sure that those students are maintaining that growth. Ms. Becerra, do you want to?
Yes, that's a great question, and everything that Dr. Moore just said is exactly what we're focused on. But in terms of the student progression plan, we do have an option for accelerating students, and it could be anywhere from a content area specifically, or perhaps even a grade level. There is a mechanism in the plan for that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I would also add, for those students, we were talking about civics a little while ago, for our entire district, I think it was last year or 2 years ago maybe, I recommended a debate. The state was recommending a particular office that was created for debate that wouldn't cost us any money. There was a grant available for that to be implemented in our school. I don't know where we are with that, but there is Incubate Debate as well. Incubate Debate is a great organization. They are across the entire state. I think actually they are nationwide. And they are within public schools. They actually seek out leaders such as ourselves to be judges in their debates, and they're fantastic. It's a great opportunity for students. And I don't mean students who are getting ready to take the civics exam. I mean go back, right? Start prepping them from 5th grade and 6th grade and 7th grade. There's no way that we would lose any opportunity or should lose any opportunity in exposing kids to an actual real debate class or a debate you know, some way or another for rhetoric and for history and for, you know, researching these topics and having those discussions in a debate-like setting. And a lot of those students actually learn Robert's rules too throughout that entire process, or, you know, some form of it. There are some groups and classes that I've heard across the nation where students in these higher level classes are actually learning Robert's rules as a rule of thumb for even their clubs and how they run their student-led clubs. And so I don't know if we're tapping into the, you know, these resources. So I saw some shaking head with the incubate debate or the debate that was recommended by the DOE a couple years ago.
Yes, the recommendation regarding the Civics Debate Club, we did take that and we did begin an implementation last year. It was more on a club basis. This year, we're rolling it into classes, specific classes. Our critical thinking courses in 7th grade will focus on the Civics Debate Initiative, as well as a couple of high school courses as well. So yes, it is one of our initiatives in the curriculum and instruction team this year. We're calling them Civics Scholars.
Okay. And it is a debate.
Yes, ma'am.
Awesome.
So before.
I'm not done. I had one more item. Sorry. Appreciate it. Board members, as you know, the superintendent cannot do anything unless there is consensus by the board or a formal vote. So I'm actually going to bring this back to the board because there were only 2 board members up here who showed an interest in cursive and script, and I want to give the superintendent clear direction on how to move forward. Any other board members here are interested in making sure that he and his team implement and teach this year going in script and cursive for our students?
It's already in the Amplified. I was just asking
Yeah,
whether or not it was
but-
being taught.
Yeah,
I
but
don't think we need to be specific.
I
and
already
get in the
asked. It's
weeds.
my time.
I don't think we need to get in the weeds. You just asked
This
us a
isn't-
question.
This isn't the weeds.
You just asked us a question,
I'm
how we
asking
feel.
for
I'm telling you
board
how I
feedback.
feel. I feel it's getting into the weeds and telling the superintendent how to do his job.
No, it isn't. I'm not telling him how to do it. I'm asking board members for their feedback.
I would support cursive writing instruction, and I would say that if we're having difficulty finding the time in specific grades or classes, that I'd love to hear if there's something we can do about it, but I mean, I definitely would support that.
So, through the chair, it is a 3rd grade standard, and we do cover all of these standards. So we do it. I don't think I don't need direction to adhere to the standards. I don't think that's what Ms. Rosario was saying, but it is a standard, and we do cover it.
Yes.
I just agree, if it's in the standard, we'll just take a look at it. If you think anything else needs to be done, I trust your team.
I was referencing a debate with my wife. Face. That's.
And the same, I support it. I'd like to know that people, when I write them something, will be able to read it. But I think it does a lot. There's a certain element of mental learning that goes along with cursive. So I think there's an advantage to it.
Yeah, no worries. All right, so before we go on to the next item, I just acknowledge my entire team. To call them my team is absolutely inappropriate. They are my work family. I am not easy to work for because y'all didn't need to agree just like that. But at the end of the day, we are so connected in doing this work. The expectation is collective across everyone that's sitting here, including Eric. And this level of success is one unwavering commitment to be open, to be honest, to push, to support one another with all of our flaws to make this work happen. So this is not my outcome. It is the community's outcome because you have some really, really kick-ass leaders up here. So thank you to that. And talking about that, we go to Mr. Green. I'm going to move up the budget conversation so we have ample time to have that conversation.
I didn't do a PG warning before we spoke.
What?
I should have done a PG warning.
Oh,
before
sorry.
we spoke.
That's true.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, just a few updates. So we've been talking about the budget for a little bit now. On last Thursday, on the 18th, the DOE released the second calculation. which certified our millage rates. That's one thing we'll need to have before we can finalize the final budget. Very small change in that area, the required local effort or the amount of millage that the board is required to levy to generate enough funds to operate the school district went from 3.1030 down to 3.0050, or a 0.098 mil change. So a very slight change in the required local effort. That change will be reflected in the millage rates that we post in the ad this week. We're working with the TC Palm to get that layout as required by statute. Those ads, the trim or the truth in millage ads, which is your budget summary, your proposed notice of tax increase, and your capital outlay ad, will run in the TC Palm this Friday, the 26th, which will give you the 2 to 5 day notice time before the 22nd, which will be our first public hearing on the tentative budget in this room at 5:01 p.m. Just a little summary on the budget. So the budget book that I know you've only had for approximately 10 days, and it's a large book, but I've had some meetings already, and I know you're going through it. The budget book itself encapsulates a lot of information around this process for our community, and when it's finally put out there, it's actually on the last agenda. We published it with the trim ads as a digital copy so the community could see. It's tentative, but as that book progresses and we move into the final budget book, they'll be able to see those trim ads and what we're required to levy. They'll be able to see information around the strategic plan and how the funding of the school district and the expenditures of the school district align to the specific things such as academic success and safety, culture, climate, communication and engagement, talent development, organizational and fiscal responsibility, how those things align to those particular initiatives within the strategic plan, with academic success being the largest piece of that pie. They'll be able to see information on the staff allocation model, how we fund the schools. And we had a question previously from a board member about zero-based budget, and actually the answer is the schools are budgeted through this staff allocation model, a set amount per their FTE. So that's something that's reviewed every year and tweaked. Their staffing, the number of teachers, the number of coaches, all of that is derived from the staff allocation model. And then they'll find information on the various funds. There's 7 distinct funds within the budget. The general fund being the largest, roughly 57% of the overall budget is the general fund, and roughly 64% of that is focused on instruction specifically. So behind that, we'll go into the individual funds in the budget: debt service, capital, federal, such as your IDEA, food and nutrition, your health insurance fund, and your enterprise or extended day fund, as we've been talking about quite a bit. Then we break into the schools and departments broken down so you can see the individual school budgets. And then there's a large section at the end with additional information about how we got here through the legislative process and some other resources. So it is a very large book with a lot of information, but it goes along with that fiscal transparency and financial transparency. It's something that is tentative, so it will change. We're actually still finalizing last year's budget. We're doing year end and expenditures all the way through June, and we're already starting to engage with auditors for this coming year to set those things forward. And today is just another opportunity for the board to be able to ask questions. We do have a couple staff, our key staff, I believe, Stephanie Letts, our accounting manager, and Kim Coatman, our director of finance, who have a heavy lift in this development of the budget, are here to take notes because I'm assuming there'll be some questions that we'll want to take back, maybe some specifics. If it's something we can answer quickly, we'll try to do that. Otherwise, we'll try to get a culmination of all the particular questions so that we can respond to all the board members prior to our next meetings, which the 29th is the first public hearing, and then we have another workshop on August 26th, and we have the final budget September 9th. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll just turn it over to the board for questions.
Sure, yeah. You know, I know board members are going to have time with you. Like, I've only gotten about a third of the way through the book because I'm going line by line by line. And I had two high-level questions. They're bird's-eye view questions. All my specific little questions about this or that, I'm going to ask in my individual meeting with you. And then if, of course, I have a further thing I think that other board members need to bring up, I'll bring it up in the next time we meet. But the two bird's eye I had is about ESSER 3 on page 2. It says 95% or 228.6 million has been collected, but I heard previously that we've collected it all. Are we not going to get the rest of it?
Yes. So
We're not going to, or
we are going to receive yes, that was when we did this particular, and again, we were prepping this way early, and ESSER actually runs through September.
Okay.
So we're planning that on a fiscal year as far as salaries, making sure that you'll see in the budget that we've covered all of our positions through other funding sources, either general funds or Title I funds or mental health, whatever we're doing to fund those positions as of July 1st. But there are small expenditures and small things that will come in, but it actually expires in September, and we do
Okay.
expect to receive 100% of those funds.
Okay. It's not going to be like the hurricane funds that we didn't see for years?
No.
Okay. And then the other question I had was about, could you give us, again, a reminder of the ratios that the state says of teachers to students? Because I'm looking at the allocations per school, and I just want to make sure that I have those numbers correct when I have them in my head about state rules versus what we do. Are we aligned with the state exactly?
So we meet class size by school configuration. So 18 is K to 3, 4 to 8 is 22, or 4 to 7 is 22, and then 25 is 8th to 12th. But we meet that. That has changed from the state's perspective from a real-time by classroom average to now a school site average. So there are districts who are exceeding that, but we have always maintained that. And that's been some of the work that we've done this year to look at those ratios, because herein lies the crystal ball of Florida finance for public education. We start school in August. We don't finalize the number of kids until basically October. So we have to create a projection that will be accurate on what we're actually going to have in October. So we have to do that in August.
So is that the case, though, for resource teachers, band, you know,
Yeah, that's your
20,
allocation.
25?
No, that's in core subject areas. So
That's what I'm
obviously
saying.
in a
You need to
band.
make that very clear
Yeah, so they look
because,
specifically at the core.
right. Do they have a max that they can have in their class? I
No,
thought they did
It
now.
depends on the content area.
Okay. And the reason why is because if you look at your board members, if you look at the middle school and the high school basic teacher ratio, it's 23.5 and 27, which was above the state rules, so that's why I question that. So are
So-
you factoring in those resource teachers when you're putting that in, or is it 8th grade is affecting the middle school one?
So actually, a very good point. If you look even at elementary, you'll see it's at 19. Last year was 18.5. So the class size is 18. The purpose of a staff allocation model is in the spring, we started actually in January, in the spring of the year, putting together a model that's going to project your staffing needs in the fall of the next year. And when looking at declining enrollments, when looking at all the factors that go into that and moving it, we adjust that based, and we adjust it based on the previous year's October FTE comparison. So it's a staffing model, it's not a class size model. What will happen is within the first 10-day count, we'll actually start getting, I didn't give a peach.
Actual numbers.
Yeah, actual numbers.
Okay.
And then we will adjust class size based on that. But the staffing that we go ahead and do over the summer are based on this model, and we adjust that each year to try to be as accurate as we can and not over or understaff at the beginning of the next fall.
Okay, so in other words, you're not buffing because you're actually under. So you're looking at, because of reduction in students.
But as those students now materialize through choice and they
Right.
come into our schools, we will fund those classroom positions as necessary because they'll come with the FTE.
With the FTE.
So it's
Okay.
a very good distinction between a staffing model versus a class size mandate that we have to just balance so we're not overstaffing during the summer. And then all of a sudden, if something didn't happen and the FT wasn't there and we had to reduce allocations, that's a harder thing to do than, hey, we have 100 new students the end of last year, we need to add 5 more teachers.
Okay, great. That's why I just want to be real clear about that, because I know we have state law rules, and I was wondering how you were budgeting for that. All right, Dr. Pasca, would you like to go first?
I guess one question I had was if we could go back, I know we discussed this a little bit, for the summer learning programs. Could you talk a little bit about the financing of that and how that goes?
So the summer learning programs, we have extended day program that we've talked a lot about going on. That particular program is funded through fees collected by the parents, or fees for the parents. And then during the year, that's a before and after school. And that's in your book, that's called the enterprise fund, because
Okay.
it's almost like a business fund. It's self-funded, it's not general fund, it's not any other capital funds. They fund themselves through that. I don't know if Ms. Besora or Dr. Moore.
Now, in
would like to
terms of other academic programs, there's no survey during the summer. Back probably, I don't know, I was probably an assistant principal, the state funded summer programs, summer school. $0 are provided by the state for summer programs, with the exception of ESY, extended school year for students who have that captured in their IEP. So we are carving out the dollars to provide that funding. We also use the reading plan for third grade, and the reading plan for third grade to make sure those students who need that additional support for promotion. So it is continuing. So an example, the middle school promotion, that's coming out of the general fund budget that we're figuring out how to fund to provide those services. But no year-line dollars are provided for summer programming within the general fund.
Okay. And is that, are there any other summer, like what about a summer camp program? Is that?
So we do run the summer programming. We have a healthy summer program. In addition to that, as we're closing out schools, we rely heavily within our community or not-for-profits to market those programs. We do a really good job, we, in this case, being the community, to make sure services are being provided. There's so many services out there that are free of cost to our community. What we provide is the summer camp experience. So it includes, very similar to, like when I was in summer camp, you got the roller skating, you got the arts and the crafts, and all those different, we have a little bit of enrichment in there as well to avoid a summer slide. We offer that. We are the best price in town outside of free, but there is a lot of free services being provided and that we market and get out there.
And if I remember correctly, the summer camp program, we don't fund directly, we fund through like an NGO. Is that true?
We collect, that's the enterprise that Mr. Green is referring to. So you all, a few months ago, approved the fee waivers or the fee prices for that. We collect those fees and run that summer camp. It's summer camp.
I mean, I remember a discussion about how we do not directly fund it, we fund it through an NGO. Is that true?
No, it's funded, we don't fund it. Your dollars don't fund it. It comes through the registration fees and the weekly fees that are being assessed to the parents.
Okay. All right.
Dr. Jones?
Thank you again, Mr. Green and your team, and thank you for always allowing me to come in and ask questions. The one thing that I look at when I look at our budget is how it aligns to the strategic plan. And when I share that with people, you can see the most amount of money, about 42%, going directly into the classroom and to our teachers. So I think that's a real key. When we look at the staff allocation model, Mr. Green, and I know day 10's a big day for principals and what they are going to have for their students and so forth, is that when you kind of look at where we need to do something else? Or is that, how does that request work from a principal? Like, I have a lot more kids than I thought of and so forth. How do you work that?
So principals, Mr. Green is working with HR now, Ms. Christofoli, and they're looking at numbers every 3 to 5 days. And there are teachers that they call and say, well, wait a minute, you're under-enrolled based on the allocation model. You have an open position. Let's not fill that position because you're within the ratio that Mr. Green has discussed. There's other schools that are saying, hey, I'm right at the verge. I need another one. We want to hold true to that ratio as best we can because we want to be balanced. And typically, it's very, very, once you hire the teacher, you own the teacher. And if students start to come in, typically, the model is pretty solid now in terms of enrollment. The only thing that we don't know is when school starts on the first day, are they going to show up? And typically, there's always going to be a percent of students that don't show up, and there's going to be a percent of students who just do show up and they're not enrolled. And it becomes, you know, can we get that math correct? And best case scenario, we're quickly adding teachers to level class size and not having to absorb the cost for a teacher because we over-projected.
Either way it goes, whether you over-project or under-project, whether you get a teacher or lose a teacher, it's just hard on the schedule. Do you think our principals do a pretty good job of projecting so they're on it, or?
In terms of those contributing factors of the academic success, some of the work that we do around master schedules, led by Ms. Bieber, is crucial. Making sure we're at class size, making all of the students in the secondary school are in the most appropriate courses, and we're accelerating their academic outcomes and giving them rigorous experiences. Master schedule has been a tremendous improvement over the last several years.
Thank you. Just a couple more. When you look at the general fund balance, and I know it's fluid, but what will we start the year with in a general fund balance? What percentage?
So you budget your general fund balance at 5%. So your fund balance will start at 9.4 million or 5%. When you start seeing the AFR and the final dollars that are not spent that were appropriated will show as your true fund balance. Okay. Last year that was around 26 million, 26.1, and that was 15% of the overall budget. The estimated right now is 28.6, which would be 14. It's actually a percent less because the budget is increased. So that fund balance that you're talking about, again, you budget for a 5%. That'll be your fund balance. But the fund balance you're talking about will most likely go from 15% to 14%.
Okay, good. TANs will always come up, and I met with you, Mr. Green, to take a look at it. Out of the last 15, 16 years, we've done about 10 TANs. The one area where we kind of didn't have to is when we had that ESSER funding. But just for the public, going for a TAN, what does it really cost us? Because I know you talked to me about what we invest in the long run, once we borrow and then pay back. Can you give a little description there?
I can. The only thing I would say is we do have an item for the TAN on the workshop later this afternoon specifically, and I'm going to...
Business meeting?
No, on the workshop, there's an item to cover the
I thought I saw it on the
tax
business.
anticipation note.
I'm sorry.
I can tell you...
You can wait, buddy, that's no
But
problem.
I can tell you for this past year, it was roughly $25,000 in fees to go out, $60,000 in interest, so roughly $180,000, $190,000 in cost occurred. When we get those dollars, we sit them in our cash bank accounts, which make a higher interest rate than we're borrowing.
Right.
So at the end of the day, the net cost was around $19,000 for that $12 million loan that got us through January. But we're going to talk a lot about the TAN this afternoon when we get to that item.
And just one last item, I'm always looking at this as far as our debt and when it will be paid off. Are we looking at, I think it was 20, you have to remind me, but
2025.
are we moving forward on that?
Yes, absolutely. So debt service is on page 63 of your book, Fund 200. And what you'll see, so another reason you didn't have some TANs way early on, I'm pretty positive, was you went out and you had some COPS, certificate of participation.
Right,
So you had some additional lending there for some projects. And those COPS, you have a 14A, a 16A and B. One of them has a final payment due July 1st of 25. One of them has a final payment due July 1st of 27. You also have a QSKIB, a Qualified School Construction Bond, and that maturity date is December 1st of 2028. So those will be falling off. You also have some performance contracting where the board went out and said, we have some upgrades to do that save money. We have old T2 light bulbs and we can put LEDs in there. And FPL and Con Edison, you partnered with them to say, go ahead and put that capital investment in for us now, get the LED light in and pay us back through the cost savings that we know that you'll generate. Even though that's not truly has to be reported as a debt, we report that as a debt on here. And those final payments, Con Edison, are October 15 of 29, and FPL is April 15 of 32. But those are not true. We're paying it back through the savings, through low-flow water fixtures, more efficient light bulbs, and things that were put in place to give us cost savings over those years.
Thank you, Mr. Green. And just in general, I'm very pleased with the transparency. You know, anyone can come into any public school district, look at our capital, look at our internals, look at our operating budget, and we can tell them where the money is spent. So I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Ms. Barrenborg.
Mr. McDonald?
Just to follow up on an earlier discussion we had, and what you were just speaking to, Mr. Green, with the energy efficiency contracting, and you've explained a little bit about what those expenses went towards, and I just wanted to verify my understanding that it looks like versus our cost to liquidate those capital expenditures, that we are net positive relative to the savings we're achieving, and I'm wondering just how we are able to verify the actual cost savings.
Yes, that's a very good question, and the answer is yes, it's a positive. So that's a report, and it's a guaranteed savings through those contracts, and they report that monthly on those savings to us, so that we're able to verify that we're actually saving the electrical costs more than the capital expenditure that we initially initiated. And it is a guaranteed savings that's in that product.
So this is measured against a baseline then, I presume?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, that's.
Okay, Ms. Rosario?
So I have a question. I'm going to go back to the ESSER. So we are estimating to still receive $1.4 million in that ESSER 3. That would be the difference, I believe, of what is allocated of 30 million, and then I think you wrote here that we've already collected 28.6 million. So if my math is correct, that would be 1.4 million that we're still waiting for.
Yes.
Okay. When are we expected to receive that? I don't know if I heard. Oh, we get it. Okay. So if we're supposed to use, think that's, thank you for that. I think, so so what she said, just to make it public in case people didn't hear, was that we would spend that money and then get reimbursed. But what about the deadline of using it? We're using funds that we don't have. How does that impact? Technically, we don't have the 1.4, even though we're promised it, but how are we using it before we can get reimbursed before that deadline or that date in September when it's supposed to sunset?
Right. So you do have cash on hand in your bank, and we start off like 50 million, and then you start spending that down as payroll comes in, and then, so we're starting to get our state FEFP, which is around 48 million of our budget that comes from state fundings. We get that every 2 weeks in payments, so roughly $2 million for the 48 payments throughout the year. So we are starting to get that. And then starting in October, we'll start getting our local tax dollars, with really the bulk of them in November and December. So you are using your dollars that you have now, cash on hand, with your state FEFP dollars to basically align those salaries to use that up and then get reimbursed for it.
And how long does it take for us to actually receive it? What is are we expected to receive a reimbursement? We're supposed to spend it first and then get the reimbursement? I mean, could that take 6 months? Could that take a year? 1 month? Oh,
It's
she's
generally
good.
around 30 days.
Okay. All right, so it's not like there's a long period of time in which we need to worry. Okay. So that's pretty good. All right. And that 1.4 million you're saying is expected to be allocated for salaries, which was already determined prior, during, I guess, post-COVID and whenever the ESSER 3 was granted to us?
Right.
I don't know what it's called,
Awarded.
actually, awarded. Okay. I have a question about, I'm going to go to page 11, and it is the strategic plan focus areas, the pie chart there, as it is in other places within our book. In previous years, we have, as a board, determined that academic success is very important and that the majority of our funds should go towards academic success. Here, what I see is that 41% of our budget is allocated for academic success, and the organizational fiscal responsibility is 40. There's only a 1% difference there. That is very, very close. You know, from the average everyday person, I would say something's wrong with that. It shouldn't be that we are spending just as much money in the organization of the district. We should be spending way more, in my opinion, on academic success. So I don't know if there is a way to adjust that. And we certainly haven't, we don't have, somebody said a crystal ball. You know, we certainly don't know, but I don't know if there is a way for expectation, and I'm just going to throw a number out there, that we should, and maybe we should start having this conversation. Maybe as a board, we should start saying, well, our academic success in our budget should always be at a minimum 5 to 10% more than everything else. You know, maybe, you like that, right? I saw your head go,
but that
that's
doesn't-
good. And I'm just saying, because if that's our goal, right, the state is upping their expectations, changing the scale scores. You know, how are we going to reach that? Where does our budget show that we are actually going to meet the state at that challenge? Dr. Moore said, I accept that challenge, but our budget isn't changing to reflect that acceptance of that challenge. Maybe there could be something there to show, look, you know, not only do we accept it, but it is reflected in our budget.
Right. And that is something we can take back and work on. How I just want to, like, for example, under organizational and fiscal responsibility, some of the things aligned there, for example, are food service. So that's feeding the kids to be there, to be academically prepared for the day. So we're putting that under a departments and district organizational structures, but really that's a key to academic success, as we've talked about before. You'll see that's $10 million, the capital fund of $48 million. Well, the capital fund goes directly into those buildings, to fixtures, furniture, equipment, it buys the technology that they're using. So, very good point, but I would not say that organizational and fiscal responsibility, that many of the items in there aren't directly related to the academic success of students.
Well, maybe it's just a way of, maybe you can go back and realign it. And maybe that is true, but just by looking at the pie alone, just the pie alone looks very top-heavy, very administrative focus, very organizational focus, and not very student focused or classroom focused. Or curriculum focused. So I think that certainly needs to switch. And I actually, as I speak out loud, I think that maybe the board should consider and start thinking about challenging the district to that, you know, minimum of whatever, 5, 10%, in our budget overall for academic success.
So through the
But
chair,
I appreciate, I'm sorry, Dr.
I'm-
Moore, I
I'm-
appreciate that you'll take a look at this and we'll revise. Yes, sir.
and maybe it's looking at it from the general fund, because at the end of the day, some of those are fixed costs that we can do nothing about, even though they influence instruction. Where we have flexibility should be around academic support. So maybe there's multiple ways to look at the pie and slicing up dollars.
Can I add something real quick? I read in one area pursuant to this conversation, approximately 67% of the budget is allocated to instructional services to students. And I think that goes into what you're saying, that some of the money under that 40% of organizational, fiscal, et cetera, is actually going to instruction. It's just, in this graph, it doesn't appear so.
Yeah, let me add one other thing under like support services. That would be a good example. I believe they do a lot of academic support. And so even though they're in the green, they could be in the orange as well. I just don't think they're situated in a school, but they do service the schools. So what Dr. Posca is saying, it's not represented in this pie chart, but it happens to be in the budget that way.
And I won't interrupt anymore, but I'll agree with the sentiment, and I think we can all agree that we want to obviously get money in the classrooms, things that affect education, and ultimately shrink the district is kind of the goal. We want to reduce administrative costs so we can further their education more directly. But I'll let you continue.
No, thank you, I appreciate it. That's fine. This is what it's all about, right? It's board meeting, superintendent workshop, and board members contribute. The other thing that I certainly see, again, just by looking at the pie chart, is a huge room for improvement in communication and engagement. That 3% looks so dismal on that poor pie chart. And I'm not so sure if that is, I'm assuming, because we don't have a narrative to this is just title, and maybe that's also an area for improvement to explain what these areas are. There is no narrative to explain what communication and engagement is and why that's so small. My assumption is, based on previous conversations, is that that is an area in terms of outreach to the community, communication with parents maybe, engaging parents in or families. And if that is the case, this does not look good. So, throwing that out there.
Anything else, Mr. McDonald?
Yeah.
Just to add
I have, oh, yes,
sorry,
sir.
go ahead.
No, that's all right.
Actually, to your point, I was looking at the organizational and fiscal responsibility category. There's two very large ones. Capital fund, of course, which you mentioned, which is our infrastructure, which does indirectly support or provide for the opportunity for academic education. And then also the district-wide services at $39 million. Perhaps you could just extrapolate on what falls into that rather large segment of that category.
And so those are your reserves, as we talked about, where you'll see a budgeted fund balance of $9 million, but you'll have the reserves which go into whatever come up during the year that need to be addressed. So those funds absolutely are there to support, academic programs or what might come forward.
Some portion of those would ultimately fall into actually being spent in an academic pursuit area.
Right. And so the way this pie chart is laid out, and to Ms. Rosario's point, like communication and engagement, the purple, if you were to look at the purple box, you'll see the things that it funds by facility. So the enterprise fund is part of that, meaning the before and after school programs and the summer programs where parents and students are coming. So it is a way that it's aligned that we can look at maybe being able to explain a little bit better. But it's not specifically just a line item for outreach to the community.
Yeah, do you want to talk to this point?
Yes.
Go ahead, because I wanted to move on, but go ahead.
And Mr. Green, when I looked at this and looked at the fiscal part that was so close to the academic. I think we have to be a little bit more clear on the indirect, I guess you could say indirect costs that help us with our students, as you said earlier, with cafeteria and so forth. So, maybe somehow we could put that in there because.
Right. Transportation is
Yes.
included in that as an organizational component, as well as food service, your
Yes.
facilities, all the maintenance of buildings, your capital.
Directly or indirectly, what they are getting in that area, I think is important. Thank you.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, so on page 15, where you mentioned communication and engagement, and you said that enterprise fund is in there. Having a better understanding of what enterprise fund is, in my opinion, I know that that is an area of engagement for students and families, but it's not part of our budget. It's not something that comes out of federal or state funds because it's self-funded. So, the $2.7 million that is allocated to this sliver, seems a little, yeah, right?
Sliver, yeah.
Yeah,
Where
this
did you-
little slice of the pie, just seems, the appearance is that the enterprise fund is a board budget item, when actually it's self-funded, even though it's included in there. It's a weird kind of thing. But in terms of what and I do think that maybe we can add, I think it's important now, the more I talk about it, the more I say it, that we add in maybe that original, where that big pie chart was, a narrative of each one of those things. Because if we flip to, as I am on page 15, it only says the items, right? Enterprise fund, school board office, superintendent, public information, administrative building, information technology, and there are some budget items there. Information technology department is 4.5 million. I don't see how that's communication and engagement. It might be, but I don't know that because there's no narrative to explain it. Communication and engagement for me, when I think of that, I think of actually, getting the word out. And maybe in the narrative, it might say, very little cost is needed for communication because we use email, which may not have an extra cost, or social media, which there isn't an extra cost for that. I mean, there are some things that you don't need extra money to extend, the communication. YouTube, when Dr. Moore does his outreach, that's communication and at least attempting to communicate, and we are doing those things, but it's not reflected in the budget. And in the narrative, it could say, it's because some of these things are just, there's no cost to it. Not that we're not doing it. So maybe that's what we're missing, but just by first glance, if I know that you understand what I'm saying, like just by first glance, for the average person looking at this, it just doesn't look like we're doing much in that area.
Right. But I can't help an opportunity to go by, because you
Go.
made a very good point
Okay.
that I often have to, clarify for people about the budget. So if the budget ad, which is actually page 46, so you have 7 funds in your budget. Enterprise is one of those funds in your budget. Of that $399 million budget that we talk about, the general funds, state and local sources, are only $188 million. So you can see that these other funds, and you go across, there's no federal or state funds in the enterprise fund. It's all local, fee-based. So I understand the point, meaning there's not state FEFP funds used in that, but it is part of your budget.
Yeah.
It's part of the overall $399 million budget, those 7 funds. So I appreciate that opportunity just to give that distinction and clarification. It's completely self-funded through the fees, but it is part of your budget. And oftentimes you'll get a question about, divide that by your 15,000 students and how many. Well, that's not the total dollar specifically coming in from the FEFP. You've got your debt services in your budget, capitals in your budget, all those 7 funds. So
Maybe that's part of a narrative for each section, where we learn enterprise is self-funded. It's not funded by any, so that there's, an opportunity to teach people about these different funds.
Right. So starting on page 62 in the funds, so we do that, and we give a nice
do.
narrative
Different
that people
place.
will want to pay attention. The health insurance fund, for example, the health insurance fund will tell you it's funded through premiums in the district. When you get to extended day and enterprise, on page 95, it will talk about that kind of a program, and it's a proprietary fund, blah, blah, blah. So there are descriptions at the beginning of each of the funds that kind of describe them. So very good point, as
Okay.
people go through that book.
Okay, so then I'm gonna skip ahead to page 176, which is our mental health allocation, or student health services. I'm sorry, mental health, no, that's page 175. All right, so we had a significant decrease from the previous year, 23-24, in terms of expenditure to final budget. Can you explain why there was a decrease last year that was pretty significant?
So if I'm looking at the 23-24 final budget book, which would have been September, like we're coming up to,
Yeah.
the 813,000, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, and the expected, what was, I assume, what was in the tentative book, because you have two dates. We have 23-24 actual expenditures, and then 23-24 final budget book. So which is which?
So the final budget book for 23-24 of 813,000, now you're looking at the 24-25 tentative budget book of 938,000.
No, yeah, but go back. Go to the left column.
So those are comparing your actual expenditures for
Right.
2 years, 22-23 and 23-24.
Right.
Okay. So one of them is actual to actual expenditures at the end of the year, like the 22-23, we spent $916,000 actual. 23-24, at the end of the day, after everything was done, we spent $903,000. Those are the first two columns. Your 22-23 actual expenditures.
Was
Well, at the
903.
bottom, if you look at the bottom, I'm only looking at the FEFP portion. At the bottom, $940,768 actual expenditures in 22-23.
Right.
In 23-24, our actual expenditures were $942,090. And then our 23, now we don't have charter schools in here yet in the allocation for the mental health. That'll be in the final.
Okay.
But the 24-25 tentative budget, $398,000. So there were some, for one of the things, you can see there was a resiliency grant that came in for $35,000. If you're looking at FEFP alone, the top line, it's an increase from actual expenditures of $916,000, $903,000. Our tentative budget is $938,000 on the FEFP alone. But you have some other things that were in those budgets, like a youth mental aid training, and you had a resiliency through the community, which we don't have those listed out yet.
And why don't we have those listed out?
Because this is just the tentative budget amount for this year.
But yet you're estimating 125,000, is it 125,000? $125,150 increase.
Current year budget to previous year budget, yes.
So why are we anticipating a $125,000 increase in the mental health allocation?
So,
What is that
distinction,
supposed to cover?
distinction. So these are your facilities. So these are your schools, every one of your schools. You get into extended learning, student services. The mental health allocation is an amount that comes from the state for us to spend on mental health. And that amount is a categorical amount that increased. That's on page 103. This is the budget for the mental health, our facility, like the Office of Mental Health. It's not the mental health allocation.
But it's in the section that says schools and departments.
Right, so this is like a department. The mental health department is different than the mental health allocation. Like the mental health, so these would be.
Did you say that was on 101, what did you say, 103?
Yes.
Let's go to 103.
Three. So, for example, on page 103, down the second grouping to the bottom, mental health allocation, you'll see the full allocation all the way across 24-25 budget is at $1,094,000. And below that, you'll see facilities within that, such as the charter schools portion of that allocation and our mental health department of $938,000. But the complete mental health allocation is $1,094,339. And the mental health allocation was increased this year through the FEFP.
Okay.
And I know that also we've had discussions about resiliency curriculum and other things that would be funded out of that.
So there is no way, this is very confusing, because it's in a section that actually says schools and departments, and the other one is in a section that says project name.
Right.
So,
the mental health is a project. The whole funding of all the mental health is a project. And within that project, there are facilities budgets under there. So when you're looking at the blue section, these are the projects. On page 104, for example, the very next page is a good example. There's a project for the classroom supply assistance that we have to provide through state funding. And
So-
then under that, you see every facility and how that funding is distributed.
but it's not all of our facilities. So what's here, it just shows charter, St. Peter's Academy charter, North Academy charter, Sebastian charter, Imagine Schools, and then, of course, district-wide services, reserves, and mental health in general.
That's
Or-
our Department of Mental Health.
Department of Mental Health. So it's not, so if that's the department, why isn't the department in the department then?
So that's what's on page 175 is 9226, the facility or Department of Mental Health. And that $900,000 matches the $938,000 under the project.
That's not here on page 175.
Well, this is the Department 9226 of Mental Health on page 175. And that department, which has a tentative budget of $938,333, if you go back to page 103, Under the mental health allocation, the very last line is facility or department 9226 mental health. And if you scroll across, you'll see the 938,333. So their department's budget is part of the allocation. If that makes sense.
Okay. Yes, please.
One thing I didn't hear asked or answer, and maybe I missed it, but just curious why the 2023-2024 final budget book was, the budget was decreased substantially, but the actuals, as well as the budget for next year, is nearly identical. Is there some reason why we budgeted for $140,000 less than the prior year, and which was basically in line with what the actuals were?
And I'm not sure for 23, 24 when that budget was done, but it may not have included the resiliency grant. I'm not sure.
Because it looks like it's a pretty stable amount every year, but for some reason last year the budget was significantly lower, but we ended up coming out the same as we usually do.
And are you on page 175,
Yeah,
the department
175.
budget?
The final budget book from last year.
The final budget book from last year.
It's
And
a-
some of it could be with shifting salaries. So I know that we've shifted some of the salaries to, for example, mental wellness is picking up some, Title I is picking up some resources of counselors. So it could have been just a shift in salaries and how they were funded. I'm not sure. I wasn't there on the creation of that budget.
Just curious, because it sort of seems like a standout. A reduction in budget's always a good thing, but if our actuals come out the same, then it just,
Right.
it raises the question of what happened in the budgeting last year.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
If
something
you
I-
happen to run across that
Yeah,
information.
that's something I
then-
can go back and provide.
Thank you.
So, Mr., on the same thing? On the same thing?
Dr. Jones?
Just looking at this information on page 175, what we will have now for the 24-25 budget is $938,333, which is an increase of 15%. And that's based on the mental health allocation FEFP. Is that correct? Okay.
And again, this is just the department, not the entire mental health allocation, which is back on the other page.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Rosario?
Go ahead. Oh, Mr. Green, can you show me where in section, and I may have missed it, in that section called project name, where curriculum and instruction would be? Because I have
Instructional surveyor,
Found it.
9,200, I believe.
2,200?
I thought they used, no, they're 9,200, right?
They're going to be under the green section.
Right, well, what's their facility number? We're in the green, we're gonna go to the orange. So 9,200, I just know the facility number is 9,200, but they're gonna be in the orange section, so they're gonna be on page 163.
Okay, that I had, but you said this section was schools and departments, and we wouldn't see that breakdown unless we went to another page, which is what you sent me to with mental health. So is there another page for curriculum and instruction other than page 163?
No, so with the mental health, the difference is there's actually like $1 million allocation from the state for funding mental health, more than just the department. For example, we fund charter schools. They get a portion of the mental health. So that's why that allocation shows the various charter schools and our district's Department of Mental Health.
Okay. So in just looking at this as is alone, okay, here it is. I did find it, curriculum and instruction. It is on page 123. But it just says science on the go, 9,200. All right, let me come out of there, because I see that it's separated. I see that there is a split, okay. So back to 163, curriculum and instruction. So here is, the concern is, because there's no, explanation, there's no narrative, there's nothing else, just based on what we see, it appears as if we are allocating 15% more in mental health services, and we are 1.6 million deficient in curriculum and instruction. So I don't want us to increase mental health services when we are at a loss in curriculum and instruction. Again, I come back to that curriculum and instruction being our number one priority. If there is a way to change that, we shouldn't be at a loss in curriculum and instruction.
Right, so, and again, I know it is confusing. So this is your general fund, your operating budget that's allocated there.
Right.
For example, there's also $900,000 in a federal grant that's going there that helps offset those expenditures.
That's
So,
going where?
to curriculum and instruction.
But where is it? Do we see it here on this page? Or not
This,
yet?
this is just the breakdown of your general operating budget, which would be general funds, not federal funds.
Okay, so do you see the need for us to have a full budget workshop? Dr. Moore, do you see the need? Because there's so many questions here, and it's just, there's just a lot. And on this page, it doesn't necessarily, I mean, to my eye, it doesn't necessarily say these numbers exclude federal funding.
And through the chair, as I listen to the conversation, I think there's a lot of good information that we can come back and clarify. So in addition to what everything Mr. Green is saying, there's also possible positions or the reorganization. So Dr. Shafty, her entire team, Dr. McMahon, his entire team are no longer in curriculum and instruction. They're in superintendent's office. That may be a variance there as well. But I just think the conversation itself is helping us create a book that anyone could pick up and attempt to understand funding for Florida schools.
Okay, and I'm going to stay there because I'm going to kind of bring this to a close, I hope. If we look at page 170, which is ESE, and we know that is an area that is in need of improved services to our students, it does have the appearance, again, as if we are $398,000 in the deficit for ESE services. That shouldn't be. We should not be in that. So I just think there needs to be a shift in these allocations because ESE is part of academic success. Obviously, we should never go, lower on I would prefer to go, whatever we can, less on mental health services and more on ESE and curriculum and instruction.
So again,
But again, I might not be understanding some of the
Right.
things that you understand.
So again, if you look at the title of all these are the School District of Indian River County General Operating Budget, which is your general funds. IDEA get a lot of federal funds, the IDEA grant. So those federal funds would not be reflected in the breakdown of your general operating budget. General funds versus the federal.
But again, it doesn't say that here. Like, it doesn't say these numbers exclude federal funding. These numbers are only state funding or, whatever it would be. So I think we need that. We need that information to make it clear. And I think part of this is you all are so good at what you do. You know numbers, in the back of you could do it blindfold probably, and your department is impeccable with the work that they do. But for the average everyday person who doesn't understand budget, it's hard to understand. I mean, we almost have to make it as elementary as possible for the average person to say, I get this, I understand it. But on face value, when we look at these charts, again, it just looks like we're doing what with ESE, not understanding all this other stuff. We're giving ESE, 398,000 less than we are any of these other areas. So I just want us to be better in presenting, and obviously, if there is an issue, if it's, maybe we should include what might be projected from federal funds as well in there. I mean, I don't know how you want to present it, but something like that. These are the concerns just at face value, at first blush, what I see. School board discrepancy is on school board general operating budget is on page 180.
Before you jump there,
Yes, sir.
just wanted to ask two questions that, along the lines of the two pages we've been looking at, sort of a similar question. I'm looking at the 2023-2024 final budget on 163, which that final budget was substantially greater than the actual expenditures. And a little bit to Ms. Rosario's point, it looks like our tentative budget in curriculum and instruction is actually decreased by about $393,000, if I've done my math correctly, versus the actual last year. So in an actual budget to actual, it looks like our budget has actually decreased somewhat. And then I look at the budget versus last year's budget. For some reason, there was a very optimistically budgeted number that we didn't actually spend, which is perhaps good, but it does raise a question as to where we are budgeting versus actual, and a similar question on the ESE services, because our actuals were substantially below what the budgeted number was by $227,000. But next year, our tentative is actually $174,000 less than our actuals for this past year. So it seems like in those two categories, we're budgeting less, and I'm wondering, are we being optimistic, or are we being more efficient, or is there a fluctuation in budgeting versus actual that we should have in consideration?
So for example, in this particular area, every so many years, we have to buy textbooks. Those textbooks could be $3 to $5 million on an adoption. So we can't budget $5 million in one particular year. So instead, if you look at the textbook allocation, the second line, you'll see in the final budget was $1,495,499, but the actual expenses were only $121,000. That variance goes into that reserve we talked about, where you have a budgeted fund balance of 5%. But your fund balance is really, how can you have a $26 million fund balance if you're only in? Ms. Besora is already working on the textbooks that she's going to have to purchase for all of these upcoming. So those are your reserves that you'll use to make a $5 million purchase in 1 year for a particular adoption. That's an example. Very good point, but that's an example of how those variances go.
It sounds like those reserves are actually part of this budgeted number.
They are appropriated, absolutely. Your budgeted fund balance is 5%. Everything else is appropriated.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Aria?
Yes. And then, so I'm on page 179 for school board office, and the superintendent is on 180. I'm happy to see that there is less money on both of these budgets. So my question is with discretionary, and again, I think I keep coming back to this idea of having a narrative. What is discretionary? What would be some examples of what would be included in discretionary?
So, and it is a very open term, because some people will, when I sit down with them and do zero-based budgeting, they might say, we have to have that. That can't be discretionary. Your discretionary would be things such as supplies, such as furnitures, fixtures, and equipment. Software would be a discretionary item. Now, we have to have Microsoft to run, but it's part of the discretionary budget. It's not you know, any of these other particular items that are very categorical. So your discretionary budget is how the departments operate throughout the year. Even Mr. Michael, you hear me bring forward these contracts for athletic field maintenances and various things. Those are in his discretionary budget. Those are operating expenses out of his department that we categorize and track.
I'm curious, I mean, you might not know this offhand, and if you don't, that's fine. I'd like to receive it, if you can send it to us, an itemized list of what is discretionary for the school board office and the superintendent office, or what was for the last year at least. I'm not sure what $52,000, but you just mentioned, you know,
Software and
supplies,
other-
software, furniture. But if you can supply that to us, that would be helpful so that I can understand that.
Yes.
In the event that some of these are in the negative, like, for example, it shows here that the variances for the school board in discretionary is $490 less than,
Okay.
or however way you want to word it, where would that then come from? If we are in the negative in a particular area, in any part, where would we be able to fund that difference?
So again, it's not that you're in the negative, it's that we're budgeting $490 less. So when we went through and
Budget, got it.
scrubbed everybody's budget and did that zero base, and I asked some of the departments that had $2,500 for chairs, I'm like, didn't you just get chairs? Yeah, and the chair's $200. How many? I only need one chair. Okay, you need $250, not $2,500. And so we reduced that discretionary. We're budgeting less for it. So it's not you're starting off with a negative, you're just budgeting for fewer things to be purchased.
Okay, and then my last question here under school board, the legal fees project. What is legal fees project? Is that our attorney? Where does our attorney come out of this?
So it does come out of that line, as well as other attorneys that you might engage in throughout the year for various one-off events or a suit that you might have. But those are attorney fees, legal fees, yes. So in that instance, to expand upon your example, going through, we are budgeting for $50,000 less. Now, what might happen during the year is you might get deep into some suit and you need to spend more than that. That's where you see the monthly financials coming to the board meeting, and we move and we'll move money from one account to another to cover that. That's how you do the budget amendments as the year goes on. So the budget is our best guesstimate as to what we need to spend in each of these areas.
And why are we doubling in school security? School board, sorry.
I do know that the rates for officers went up based on their negotiated pay raises for SROs, SRDs, I should say. You're budgeting for extra hours, whatever that might be. That doesn't mean you will spend that. You can see your actual expenditures have been 10, 8, but you're budgeting for anticipated increase in costs.
How is that, is that our SROs that come at our board meetings, for our board meetings?
Yes.
Because that's only one meeting a month. Did their salary increase that much? That we're
And
doubling the budget for that?
And it does depend on how many officers come during that time. I think they have some minimum hours now that, 3-hour minimum.
Okay.
But that's definitely something I can go back and get more details on
Okay.
for you.
Good luck.
Okay. I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you so much.
I think I can add, I think in the last budget cycle, we added new camera angles to this building, right?
Yes.
So that could have been part of that, potentially, I don't know.
New camera angles?
Hold on 1 second. Did you want to address the camera angles?
No? I
Oh, okay.
concur.
All right. Dr. Jones?
I had asked this earlier. When we send our SROs to like Vero Beach High School for football games, I asked if it came out of their internal accounts, but Dr. Moore, you said no. So could that be part of this too, or where does that come out of?
Not specifically looking at the page, but in listening to the conversation, that is the specific budget for the school board meetings,
Okay.
which Mr. Green articulated some of the variances within that. But every school, just like that, has their own budget for security and events in which they make decisions in terms of when security as deputies need to be provided.
So you give them that budget?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else?
Do you want to clarify the conversation we had, just to?
Yeah, I think what you were referring to in the summer programming was Step Into K, which was funded through CSAC. I'm pretty sure that's what you were
Yeah.
talking about. So we're implementing that this year from the award from the previous year. But now that we have our own foundation, we'll be in control of that and raise our own funds for that and not be dependent upon the county in that process.
Okay, and do they provide, in the prior years, did they provide a line item budget of what they did with the money, so we know exactly?
Yeah, through the chair, it is a very specific budget that we submit. Almost all of it goes towards salary and transportation.
Okay.
Yes, Dr. Jones?
I know we talk about, splitting it with the strategic plan and where it goes in page 218 of this budget book. Where does the money go? And I know it's talking about general fund, but services to students and teachers, and it says 80%. So direct, indirect, I mean, that's what people look at, that's what people review, but that's on page 218. Thank you.
Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I saw a line here that I'm trying to look for now, and you might know where it is before I do, and it had to deal with Moonshot Moment. And it's in the section of project name. I know it is under one of the curriculum and instruction items.
I believe it's project 1928. if I'm not-
25, I found it. It's on page 123. Okay, sorry. So the Moonshot program here, Moonshot program support through the district. Let's see if our budget book, our budget is, or rather, the tentative budget for this coming year is $594,000. The actual expenditures last year was $592,000 approximately. And there is a note there that says that District Moonshot Program for Acceleration and Coaching Reimbursement by the Learning Alliance program funds 5 positions. So if the Learning Alliance reimburses us of those $594,000, let's just take that number, we should see an increase in $594 someplace else. Because we would ultimately have, so we're spending, but we're getting reimbursed. Where does that reimbursement show up?
You'll see that in your revenue.
In the revenue.
Right, just like extended day, we saw that 2.7 million wasn't stayed, and it was local 2.7. That particular, you would see that just in your revenue.
So where are these, can you add a note here to show, because I've seen Moonshot in other areas. Can you specifically say 5 locations at 5 elementary schools or 5 locations where? I mean, 5 locations, 5 positions. This is 5 positions, but 5 positions, it could be district positions or teacher like what are they? So if you can add that in there somehow so that we can kind of know exactly where those are coming from. Also, I thought that there was not supposed to be any go-through, funding or whatever that's called. So if the Learning Alliance is reimbursing us, how are we sure that they're not reimbursing us through CSAC funds? Because they received $400,000 from CSAC, and they used our name to receive taxpayer-funded.
What they receive CSAC for is after-school programming. I think it's important to note, this is, at best described, a donation. Ms. Basura evaluates these people. We drive their work. What we're getting is the paid salary to have the additional services as we see fit.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
The CSAC, well, let
I
me answer.
don't want us to get in trouble for
issues.
what the law says a 501c3 or an outside organization that receives taxpayer-funded money or, grants or whatever they receive from CSAC, they are not supposed to be used as a go-through.
Through the chair, that's an ordinance, but at the end of the day, separate funding structure. So that is completely separate and independent of the school district. Those positions are in the confines of the day. What that organization or county funds is the after-school programming that they run. Completely separate, no issues, every level of assurance that we're not mingling those funds.
No, I know we aren't. And maybe I'm not being clear. How are we ensuring that they are not going to cut a check from the CSAC that they received? Is there any way that we can? Or are we just going on good faith and saying, thank you for the reimbursement?
Let me give a specific answer for you. At the end of the day, I think it's 2 separate organizations. It is the Learning Alliance and it's the Moonshot.
Same
thing.
organization. The Learning Alliance
Accounts,
is
whatever
the
it be, but
moonshot moment.
I understand what you're asking, and I can provide it.
Okay. I just want to make sure because I
You're
know
right.
that there is,
You're right.
I'm right. Thank
And
you.
Ms. Rosario, just to follow up on your previous question about making a note of where it is, if you look on page 123 at the bottom, those 5 positions are at the district in curriculum and instruction. If you go to the next page, 124, you'll see the positions that are at the individual schools. So the description outlines, the project by project code outlines where the positions and funding is per site.
Oh, I see. So on
follows-
page 124,
That's a continuation, and it goes into the specific location. So the first one on 123 was the district and the curriculum and instruction department, and then it goes into by each school, Rosewood, Osceola.
yeah, but that's a different fund. So one is 1925 and the other one is 1928. So those, how could they be the same?
That's us differentiating them between a district and school-based. That's an accounting
Okay,
mechanism
so
for us.
1925 is district-level personnel, 5 district-level personnel?
Yes,
District level like whom?
in curriculum and instruction.
For example, not Kelly.
No.
Oh. Oh, okay, so, no, just titles, not names.
Curriculum
Like-
specialists.
Curriculum specialists, okay. So we have 5 curriculum specialists, thank you. And then the actual teaching positions would be here on 1928, or on page 124, right?
Yes. And I know the confusion, but we go by the red book, which has functions and objects and projects. So this is listed by project so that we can go back and track specific project expenditures and revenue specific to that. If you look up, you'll see, professional development or FPL grant. That way we can track those projects specifically.
Yeah. No, I'm grateful for the partnership. I just want to make sure that we can be very clear. And I'm glad that I'm making this public because in case there is any misunderstanding that we might be a part of that, if they do use CSAC funds, I want us to be very clear that we are not engaged in that we are not doing that, nor are we encouraging for this partnership to continue using CSAC funds, because I know that is a no-no. So just to be clear, the reimbursement are only for 5 curriculum specialists, district personnel, and the rest are 12 reading coaches district-wide. Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm glad for that clarification.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your little spiel, you give a 2-hour bathroom break. I don't know if you want to take that, or we can
Board
continue
members, do you
on.
need a break, or we can keep powering through?
Dr. Shafty is very excited to present.
Okay.
All right, Dr. Shafty is next on the agenda. She is going to give an update on impacts regarding shifts in legislation, as well as seeking feedback from the board regarding our upcoming legislative priorities.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, in accordance with School Board Policy 10131.3, Legislative Priority, the school board convened on April 8th, 2024, to discuss and identify legislative priorities. At that time, it's important to know that we've done a little bit of research so that when you approach your legislative priorities for the 2025 session, it was important that we did an update for each of you. So that's where we will transition. This is in the backup documentation. It is quite lengthy, but an important conversation to inform the board so that they can also make an informed decision on their priorities. So this year, the legislative session concluded on March 8th, 2024, with the passage of the budget. This session saw 1,957 bills and proposed committee bills filed, with only 325 bills surviving the 60-day session. There are 35 pieces of legislation that will impact our schools in some way, shape, or form. And here are the almost buckets of areas that most of the bills fall in. That's not working. Oh, wait. Thank you. So the first bucket would be required instruction, and Senate Bill 1264 provided the history of communism. Similar to other required instruction topics, the bill goes into great detail as far as what the topics must include for required instruction, such as history of communism in the United States and domestic communist movements, including their histories and tactics. An additional change from House Bill 357, Special Observances, shifts Veterans Week with Veterans Appreciation Month. And what you will hear throughout this presentation is our team reviewed each of these pieces of legislation and already have actions in place, such as our Department of Communications will have toolkits and communication toolkits for each of our schools to make sure in relation to required instruction, we are observing according to the expectations of legislation. Additionally, CTE and career planning was a heavy focus of the legislative bills. We've have a recent requirement for an annual career fair, and you've heard from some of your board briefings that the student progression plan has already been updated to reflect these changes. So some of these pieces will be impacted for an update in other documents and materials that will come before you. Also with career planning, we have Senate Bill 1688, and that will be a newer requirement for a 3-year strategic plan. So we will work internally to make sure not only do we have a very transparent strategic plan that spans over the course of the 3 years, we know we will also have the expectation to align that plan with our district strategic plan, and then our responsibility to be transparent and inform our students and families of that resource. Also, career planning, we have House Bill 7032, and that establishes what is known as the GATE program, which is the Graduation Alternative to Traditional Education, and the expectations are posted here in front of you on this PowerPoint, and the department will begin to make those applications available no later than August 15th. I did see this specific topic as an item at Wednesday's State Board of Education, with a very lengthy agenda for topics that will impact us as well. Senate Bill 46 is known as RAISE, or the Reading Achievement Initiative for Scholastic Excellence, and it authorizes our district to expand the RAISE tutoring program after the school day to instructional personnel and high school students serving as tutors during after-school hours. So with the review for our departments, a lot of these bills had multiple impacts across whether it be finance or curriculum and instruction or superintendent's office. And I can assure you we have done our due diligence to make sure that if there's an expectation, whether it's to inform parents or families or schools or update our parents' guide on the website, we have those processes already in place. Student health was impacted by House Bill 865, which entitled Youth Athletic Activities, and this is where all athletic coaches must hold and maintain certification. It always had to be in CPR, but now it is also through the use of an AED. We also have House Bill 883, short-acting bronchodilator use in public and private schools, and this is the good faith administration of that particular health device. We also have House Bill 73, supported decision-making authority, and this adds expectations to make sure that by the time our students turn the age of 18, they are made aware of specific rights that they hold. And in checking with our ESE department, we use a peer platform, and the platform has already been updated to make sure that along the way in the creation of an IEP, that all of these compliance measures are already embedded in the platform that we use. We also have House Bill 523, which is the Florida Seal of Fine Arts program, and you've had the opportunity to be briefed by Ms. Becerra that the student progression plan has already been updated to include expectations for this program. I also know that our IT and our department is working on the monitoring for this, and will be able to inform schools of the expectations for this program. Then we have Senate Bill 7002, deregulation of public schools, and this changes, it really adds a new definition on what a publicly accessible website is, and that can include the district's own website. So that is a new definition that you will find in your Neola policies. A lot of the policies will have updates because we now have very clear definitions based on this season's bills that provide these definitions. This is a pretty lofty bill. It's kind of one of those bills that impacted every one of our offices. It allows financial reports from the state. It changes the state board rule for financial concerns. It talks about constraints by districts' collective bargaining agreements. Specifically, those topics listed in the second bullet are not constrained by collective bargaining. So highly effective teachers, student discipline, school safety, correspondence to parents and community, and the school calendar. It does add the SAT, ACT, and CLT, or the classical learning tests, to the list of tests that if we are recruiting a teacher, they can use in lieu to show mastery of general knowledge. And it adds some certification examination fee waivers as we staff critical shortage need areas such as ESE. Senate Bill 7004, education. This is very exciting because it really shifts the instructional materials timeline to what we have embraced as our way of work. That's something that many districts have asked for, and it has shifted that cycle to allow that the list is published by December 1st, 2025. We know that the list previous statute had to be published by April 1st. However, we just received it a couple weeks ago with updates still coming through. So our plan to not move forward with instructional materials adoption has been very efficient on our end, because districts that would have started the process much earlier are now catching up with all of the newly added state-adopted materials. It also allows a school district to meet the requirement to offer summer VPK program through private VPK providers. House Bill 1473 is a school safety bill that Mr. Teskey and Mr. Seymour have already been incredibly responsive to. It establishes new perimeter and door safety requirements that we must comply with by August 1st. It also includes a new expectation that we must, within the first 5 days of school, provide age and developmentally appropriate instruction on the use or misuse of Fortify Florida. House Bill 1285, this is where it defines, or legislation defines, a classical school, and it also authorizes an enrollment preference at a classical charter school for students who were previously enrolled in a public school that implements a classical school model. It also establishes a specialized teaching certificate for educators who teach in a classical school, and it authorizes the school district to assign disruptive students to a disciplinary program or an alternative to expulsion program. This is a continuation. It also addresses the State Board of Education components to school grades, which will be very helpful for us as we approach school grades moving forward, to know what that expectation is. And then we look forward, as Dr. Moore said, to Wednesday's State Board of Education meeting to be able to move swiftly with what the cut scores are. And then it also specifies that a resident in the county who is not the parent or guardian of a student with access to school district materials may object to no more than one material per month. As we go through, there are additional bills that didn't necessarily fall into those required instruction or fiscal approach buckets. We have House Bill 1361, which establishes a grant program for artificial intelligence or AI learning platforms in order to improve outcomes and reduce teacher workload. We have House Bill 5101, which really addresses fiscal expectations for the upcoming school year through the General Appropriations Act. And then we have House Bill 1403, which is school choice, and it allows, sets provisions for the Family Empowerment Scholarship. Additional bills as we continue, Senate Bill 994 is a student transportation safety bill, which relates to camera enforcement for traffic infractions and the ability of school districts to own or receive those funds for infractions as they relate to a stopped school bus. We have House Bill 931, which is the school chaplains bill, and we have House Bill 1317, which is patriotic organizations. A really critical definition comes out of this House bill and defines and actually lists the patriotic organizations and the, for example, Boy Scouts of America, Girl Scouts of America, and it sets expectations when they're on our campus to inform parents and share presentations. But it's very important because it lists the patriotic organizations. No more gray area on what that is. House Bill 3 is the online protection of minors, which will regulate social media platforms to prohibit minors younger than 14 years of age from entering into contracts with social media platforms. Again, we've already been very proactive with that, and our firewalls are constantly updated to ensure that those specific social media platforms are not accessible through our wireless or student browsers on Chromebooks. House Bill 49 is employment, a little bit of an oversight for our local businesses, but it caps the 30 hours per week when school is in session or our calendar year for minors 16 and 17 years old, and the expectation that if it wanted to be waived by a minor's parent or custodian, they would have to inform the school of that. So while that rests heavily for the responsibility to be on the local business, we need to also be sure that the parents are informing the school of this change in their work. And then these bills have no impact to the school district. House Bill 537, and I have my notes just so you can be aware of why they have no impact. It creates a music-based supplemental content to accelerate engagement and success, which only impacts Alachua, Marion, and Miami-Dade, and explicitly says that in the bill. House Bill 1509 is public records for school guardians. We don't currently have school guardians at this time. And Senate Bill 958 only applies to districts with elected superintendents. So wanted to provide you a little bit of context that those are important bills for you to be aware of. They just currently don't have an impact for our district at this time. And then, as shared, we went through each of the 35 bills. We did a review to determine the impacts across our offices, whether it was finance and business services, Office of the Superintendent, Student Affairs, Advocacy and Access, and Curriculum and Instruction. And we've identified effective dates. We've summarized changes of the bill. We have actions in progress and actions already implemented, and we look forward to continuing to make sure that we are informing our schools and arming them with the information to be successful as we prioritize compliance with these updates. So we felt it was very important for you to have this contextual understanding and almost building of your schema as we transition it through to the chair to lead the next part of the discussion, which will be your 2025 legislative priorities. Based on individual board member briefings, there are 2 documents attached: your legislative priorities from the previous school year with the bullets identified by the board members who supported those priorities, as well as a draft of 2025 legislative priorities. In response to the board briefings, we exercised some opportunities to change the language. The language is in red and clearly identified, and we wanted to ensure that anybody reading this, whether it be our legislative counterparts, we understand that, for example, we always want an increase in the safe schools categorical. In checking with Mr. Green, there was an increase, so we are suggesting that we say continue to increase, so it acknowledges that we are aware there was an increase, and that is a priority statement for us that we would like to see it continue to increase. If there is a red strike through, it means that in the way that it was originally drafted, that has already been accomplished, whether it hasn't become our way of work or a legislative update has resulted in the completion of that priority. And then the page 3, there were 2 specific recommendations by board members that we have captured for discussion, and we wanted to be sure that everyone was aware, and we were incredibly transparent on where the recommendation was made, and then you would be able to reference that during this discussion. So if there are no questions of me, through the chair, the floor is yours to facilitate.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if we go down to page 3 and work on the recommendations first, and then any questions everybody has about the whole thing. So, Dr. Jones, you made a recommendation for funding full-time pre-K?
Yes, just a request. I really believe that our pre-K classes are a great recruiting tool for this district. I think that the information about, and I talked to Mrs. Flood about this, 77% of children who successfully complete VPK really do demonstrate kindergarten readiness. When I looked at the FSBA and they looked at their platforms, that was one of their measures as far as helping students. And we all know if reading by 3rd grade is a catalyst for high school graduation, I would just like to see if we can get more help from the state to have our parents in these voluntary pre-K systems. But because we are only funded 50% at this time, I just think, this is not just a K-12, but getting kids ready for kindergarten. That's why I brought that forward.
Anybody want to speak to that, to the pre-K? I actually have an interesting story about that. My daughter her son is going into VPK this year. And so she waited, I had to go watch the kids overnight because she waited at 3 in the morning outside of Gracie's to be able to get him into that pre-K. And she was the 3rd on the list at 4 o'clock in the morning by the time the list was up there for her to sign. It was devastating to her to watch how many people were turned away. And there are not enough VPK centers out there because ours, we concentrate on those of need first. And she's not in that position, but she also was looking for a break because it was going to cost her about $9,000, I think, can't remember how much, for a semester for her son to go to VPK where he already currently is. So I totally support this because I know it helps those parents that are the tweeners. They don't qualify for the full help, but it sure would be helpful for them to put groceries on the table to get this help. So I totally agree.
I'll just add that I agree, and obviously, as we are trying to
raise our education level, particularly in the kindergarten through 3 range, and getting our education and learning and math up to snuff at grade 3. Starting early and doing the best job we can to start is probably one of the best investments that we can make.
Parents shouldn't have to wait in line at 3 and 4 in the morning to get a seat in a VPK center, which is sad.
So my question is, are we writing down to provide funding, any kind of funding, or fully fund a full-time pre-K? I think that makes a big difference on what we are requesting. If the more specific we can be, the better it would be for our legislators. My recommendation would be to change where just the beginning where it says provide funding, and instead we could ask provide or fully fund a full-time pre-kindergarten. You know, something to that effect. I don't know how board members feel about that. I know this is Dr. Jones's item, but if we're going to put it on there, I'd rather request full fund than just, you know, anything. Even though I know anything is better than nothing.
Yeah, it's a good point. I would leave that up to board members. I'm just trying to think what can help. I've said many times having more pre-K centers, not just pre-K classes, just will help us in general. It'll help our families. Just going to tell a little story here. I have a new granddaughter. My grandson is in pre-K, if you will, $900 a month. You know, the baby, if she was going to go, that's over $1,000 a month in 12 weeks. So whatever we can do, because parents can't afford to work and do this. So I actually like what Ms. Rosario said. We're going to go for full funding, but I don't want to get them mad. I'll take anything. So whatever the board thinks, but with our, you know, family empowerment going up and losing students, it's a great recruiting tool, because if you've been in our pre-K classes, and those are my favorite visits, they are learning and they're getting ready for kindergarten. Whatever the board thinks, I'll work with you.
I do have a follow-up question, though, with regard to pre-K, and I don't know if it falls in this. I know, Dr. Shafty, you presented it on one of the screens regarding summer pre-K with private providers. Do you know much about that? I mean, I know it says summer, but how does that affect our Step into Kindergarten program? Would it affect it at all? You know, do we know anything else about that?
I don't believe it would affect it, and I know Ms. Flood specifically for this one is reaching out to the local early learning coalitions, because it's a new way of work that everyone's trying to embrace what that looks like. So she already has some outreach in place for what that will look like on the Treasure Coast.
So essentially, I don't see how that would be any different than what we're doing right now. I mean, if a parent wants to go to a private VPK, what am I missing? That's what maybe I don't understand what the purpose of the bill, and I'm unfamiliar with it, so clearly I don't mind saying that I'm unfamiliar with it.
I think the intent is to do what Indian River County has been doing through Step into K for a very long time. So we can collect additional information, but I think in this particular case, Step into K is something unique to Indian River County in terms of how it's done. There's similar programs, but the intentionality of what we're doing here is kind of offsetting the impact of transitioning into a kindergarten environment, which I think is the intent of what this new law is to have those summer programming to prepare students to come in.
What I understand, I'm sorry, Dr. Shafty, what I understand Dr. Jones is requesting, though, is a full year of funding of a pre-K, not just the summer. Am I correct, Dr. Jones?
Right, summer and Step into K is a little bit different, and I visited those classes too, so that's kind of separate. But right now, Dr. Moore, we're given 50% of the funding for pre-K, and I want to get that up so we can get more of our people here. And it is full-time throughout the year. I think it's 8 to 1. Again, we talked about that a little bit earlier, but transportation's not provided. But just giving people a little bit more of an opportunity to get in there. I'd like to expand more classes. That's a whole other thing too, but just to help with the funding.
It addresses, this legislation through the chair addresses a summer bridge program, and that's also a new piece of this year's session, is any student in VPK scoring below the 10th percentile for their test, which is STAR, must have a level of intervention so that there's a level for kindergarten readiness. That's the piece that Ms. Flood is exploring, because we need to ensure that the VPK providers in the private school space understand the fidelity of the interventions for a student that's scoring in that 10th percentile. And then we have to, we're working with the accountability office at the state, because typically the district doesn't receive the VPK scores as part of their batch accountability scores. So there are some unknowns in the future that we have to understand the expectations for the private provider, the training of the private providers to maintain the same expectations that we do in our school district oversight programs, and then a two-way communication to make sure that in the summer bridge months that the level of intervention delivered is to the highest fidelity for kindergarten readiness.
Well, maybe we need to add that as well. Maybe we need to just tag that in there, because if there's a component that's missing, maybe the legislators need to look at the one particular for VPK summer, that if the districts aren't getting the data that we're needed, or if the communication isn't there for, from, I don't know, state legislatures to the private providers, maybe that gap, maybe we need to, step in for that gap as well and just kind of add that. I'm not sure, because that we're certainly not in the private provider section, but it seems like it would benefit us in our decision-making.
One of the issues with private providers is some of them don't want to have to report to the state all this stuff, so they don't provide it.
Yeah,
Like
I don't
where my
blame them.
grandson's going right now. Great preschool, but they don't want to do the VPK because of what they have to do with the state, all the directives from the state. So it's a lot of hoops they have to jump through. They don't want to jump through them. So we can't mandate that private schools or private providers do that. However, what I think we could do is say to our legislators, look, it's great that lots of kids are going to VPK, but parents need to be able to afford it, and the providers need the incentive of wanting to offer it, or we need more expansion in the public school for it. One or the way or the other, there needs to be more seats for VPK, and there aren't.
Fully
They're
funded.
turning away, yeah, they are turning, and this isn't fully funded. I mean, it's only half day. So, a parent that can get them half day and back, they can do it. But the other parents, they can't. So they have to find a provider that they pay half-day daycare and half-day VPK. And that's what we do with our other services, so.
And just one other item, and I think Ms. Flood gave us this information last fall, and 50% in the state are ready for pre-K. That's a standard, and we're at 54%. So we're doing a little bit better than the state, but I just think the more we can offer, if we can get more funding from the state, how that will help us, because we have waiting lists now in our pre-K, as Dr. Moore knows, and our school pre-Ks. And that's what I said earlier, too, with some of our schools that have low enrollment, getting more pre-K in there, but I know it's costly. I know it is.
Very costly.
So whatever the board thinks, whatever we can word it a little better, whatever we can do to get more, I'm happy.
I think part of it should be to provide more VPK opportunities or seats available for children, because that's part of the problem. They think, okay, well, we're providing this, why aren't people jumping on it? Well, they are, but more would jump on it if there were available places for them to go. If you're on a waiting list, you're not going to one. You're sitting at home waiting. So that's a problem.
Ms. Berenberg or Dr. Moore, I can take a look at this, work with Brooke Flood on exactly what the wording could be, and I could propose it to the school board. I don't want to hold this up, but I think most people think we need something.
No, I agree, and I'm on the opposite end of that, Doc. I think Dr. Shafty is capturing notes right now, and our intent is to capture the board's dialogue, conversation, and suggest something to you this evening so we can get these ultimately approved. And I would say maximum flexibility to increase participation, even opportunity scholarships for pre-K, if you could do it in K through 12. if you give maximum opportunities to increase, we should be able to, take this fight to Tallahassee.
Yeah, one thing I will say before Ms. Rosario presents hers is that we have a policy that you have attached here, 0131.3, and it says that our final adoption would be June. Here it is, July. I hate to kick this can down the road any further because it's already the time where we should be putting this in hands of people. And so we're kind of behind, again. So every time we do this, we need to think about that end result of having it done by June, please. Okay, Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, I've been asking for it for,
We're still 5 months ahead.
yeah, we're pretty good.
Yeah, but
well-
we're already, for example, FSBA is already asking for it, just so you know. That's one item.
No, I get you.
Legislators, on a non-election year, we change the cycle of when they start talking to people about
That's true.
platforms. So that's why we said June.
So I mentioned this the other day, and I don't know if I don't know where it would fall within all of this. The Florida Empowerment Scholarship, a lot of parents are opting into that scholarship program for whatever their reasons or purposes are. And I heard just now, a few minutes, I don't know who said it, something about maybe there could be scholarships for VPK. I think that the question is, and I'll raise it again because I know that I raised it when we were together, Dr. Moore, in our meeting. Could the Florida Parent Empowerment Scholarship be used by parents for a VPK program? If so, could that be used for a program provided by the school district? And we don't, my guess is no.
Correct.
But if it were I don't know, I don't even know how to, if it were not a public school district VPK program, and if it were a private VPK program provided to public school students on our campus, I don't know how that works.
Well, you got to keep in mind, most of the VPK programs are not run by the school system. They're external operators. They're all, you'll drive by 3 on your way home. They look like sometimes daycares, but they are accessing those specific dollars. And the state for a long time has had VPK programs. And then over here you have opportunity scholarships, very similar in terms of designated funding to maximize choice. So if you want to increase accountability, that might be something to look at.
So maybe maybe asking for, if we're going to ask for a scholarship fund for VPK, we have to be, if we do, we have to be specific to say that could be used in public schools. I mean, it has to be that specific because they'll create a scholarship program that can only be used for private industry. Dr. Shafti is shaking her head yes.
Ms. Holden clarified right after we had that discussion, and that specific scholarship, the Opportunity Scholarship, it being enrolled in a private school and having any level of reporting for FTE is prohibited by the student. So that wouldn't be in a space that we could explore under the confines of current legislation.
Yeah. Okay, got it.
So we're, Dr. Shafter, are you comfortable?
I think what I hear the board saying is we are seeking full funding or 100% salary allocation to ensure that our families have access to a high-quality, free, public, pre-kindergarten program.
You right?
Yeah.
We can vote on that tonight. Okay. Ms. Shakira, you want to present your other item?
Yeah, thank you. So my other item is provide flexibility for the use of the instructional materials allocation to allow districts to purchase multiple curriculums for subject areas within and outside of the state's adoption cycle. So essentially, we have to wait every 4 years for new curriculum to be either purchased or come before us through this adoption period, which is pretty lengthy, and obviously it kind of ties our hands to only those recommended by the Florida Department of Education, or if we were to go for bid through our own process, it would be very, very lengthy as well, even more lengthy, and with less funding. So the state would not fully fund a curriculum, for example, that we would opt to go out for us apart from, you know, the ones that are recommended by the Department of Education. So this just basically asks for us to be able, for all districts to be able to have the flexibility to say within the 4 years, hey, we just bought curriculum ABC. We've been using it for 6 months, and we realize curriculum ABC stinks. It is horrible. We hate it. It's not functioning for our kids. You know, now we're stuck with this curriculum for 4 years. We shouldn't need to do that. We should be able to then immediately go out for bid for another curriculum that would benefit our kids. That's within the 4 years. Like, give us some flexibility to be able to do that. Give us the allowance to be able to do it also with the resources. And it also allows us to be able, within the 4 years, to purchase an additional curriculum to differentiate instruction. I've used this example before, and it's the same thing as now. Math curriculum is typically spiral, right, curriculum, where you teach a lesson, and then the rest of the lesson is pretty much spiraling or reviewing previous curriculum, previous lessons, previous standards, which is great and fine, but it doesn't teach mastery. And so my son and many children have struggled with spiral curriculum or that kind of teaching method, whereas they just need to learn and master that skill. Until they master it, then they can start spiraling. So it's just a difference in how a lot of textbooks are created, essentially. A lot of textbooks, the way a textbook looks is very busy. So you have a lot of things on one textbook, and if you have a kid with ADD, ADHD, or some other kind of, struggle with math, that's too complicated. That just throws them off. And oftentimes, a mastery level textbook in math, for example, is just basically just that one particular example, that one skill. It's not very busy. It really helps kids master the skill. That's really what it is. In this particular case, if we have a student who's struggling with that spiral mastery, we don't have any flexibility within the 4-year period to go out for bid for some other kind of curriculum to help that kid. So we're not really differentiating. We're giving everybody the same textbook, and it's one size fits all. This just allows us to be able to have a little flexibility in there and really challenge the system and say, the way that it's been, I mean, obviously we know our system is way too big, but the way it's been done so far, it's not helping overall for every single kid. And we just like a little flexibility in there. That's my item. Board members?
But I think it makes sense, especially as a curriculum that you find maybe meets a lot of the needs, but may require some sort of supplementation for some kids. I think it makes sense to allow flexibility.
Thank you.
Ms. Rosario, you're talking about if we have a state-adopted material and it doesn't work, you want to go out and get something else that's not state-adopted or state-adopted, just something different or supplemental?
I mean, it doesn't necessarily, that may not be the case. Maybe it's just we want to go to purchase, 500 textbooks right now or 500 supplemental workbooks to help kids who are struggling in math right now. We shouldn't have to wait 4 years to be able to do that. Doesn't necessarily mean an entire district purchase, but it depends on the situation. I mean, we might have an ESE class that's really struggling with a particular curriculum that we purchase. you know, we should be able to say, go ahead, let's go ahead and look at some other curriculum for that particular, you know, segment of population or something.
Thank you. I know I did science about 6 years ago, and they're very, very expensive. What are we looking at for adoption now, just in general? What was our last adoption cost? Do you remember, Ms. Becerra?
I believe our social studies adoption was around 1.5 million.
Okay, all right. Well, I certainly would say where we could get some supplemental material if it's not working. And I know the adoption process is very involved with parents and committee members and so forth, but whether it's supplemental to help our kids, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it seems like a good suggestion and something that may be of use at times. And so I would put the question to Ms. Bashira, since you're involved with curriculum, is this something that would empower you to achieve something that we currently can't do?
Let me start. So let me start. I think this priority is unique because it removes some of the barriers and levels the playing field. So yes, we do have a core curriculum that we buy every 5th year by content area, and it is one curriculum for a specific content area. We do have supplemental materials that we currently use to adjust to meet the needs of kids. But we want to be as nimble as a private school and as nimble as a charter school. So some of this flexibility, which does request additional funding, allows us in real time to make changes or modifications. So it's not just about something doesn't work. I think we would do our due diligence and buy what we believe is the best one-size-fits-all curriculum. But at the same time, we would want the flexibility to say, you know, we're going to create a school and you know, this school is going to be about aviation, and there's an aviation curriculum that's aligned to the standard, whatever it may be. So to me, this is, although it'll make a lot of legislators nervous because it has a cost, and it provides flexibility, it helps level the playing field for us to be as nimble as we say we want to be.
Question, no issue with, you know, every once in a while we'll say, oh, it's got to be state adopted. There's no issue with, no.
And I think that's some of the flexibility that we're asking for.
Okay.
State adopted is one, and I think Ms. Becerra is going to, is it today you're presenting that item or no? No? We are lagged in the adopting material. We're waiting on state-approved list.
Right.
I understand the theory of action that the state is taking in order to kind of right-size what the state's children are being exposed to. But the natural next step is to move for systems to move swifter.
All right, so I totally support this because having sat on a state adoption committee for science, I saw a man get fired in front of us because they forgot one supplementary textbook in the entire series for one grade to give to the people that were doing the review. And because of that, and it was my top choice. And it was everybody's top choice. They booted it out and said it's no longer, you can't use it. And it was by far the highest quality product I've ever seen for science. And it was all hands-on based, lots of really great hands to vocabulary instruction. Totally thrown out because of a technicality. So yes, I totally support this.
Through the chair, I just want to be sure that I captured the will of the board accurately so we can flip this document and have it ready for you to approve tonight. Is it the desire that the first bullet under educational achievement and innovation will now be replaced with the agreed upon recommendation to provide 100% full day funding allocations for pre-kindergarten staff salaries to ensure every family has access to free, public, high-quality, full-time programs?
Yes.
Okay. And then the one that we just discussed with flexibility for the instructional materials allocation, are you looking to see that under educational achievement and innovation or funding? Could go either way.
I would say education.
Me too.
Yes.
Can I just add to that one, though, where it says provide flexibility? Can we just say provide flexibility and funding?
Yeah.
They can provide us flexibility, but that doesn't mean they'll fund it, so
Yeah.
that's.
Okay, I appreciate that. I do have one other item that we didn't talk about earlier. and I
I'm
kind-
not getting to that yet. Hold on one second. I started with this, and now we're going to go to that.
To what?
We started with the 2 legislative priorities that you guys wanted to add, and then we're going to go back to anything she presented for the rest of it.
Oh.
We didn't miss it, because I
No,
have
didn't-
4.
I didn't add any.
Okay.
I think we're on the same page.
Okay, I have some from when you presented, so I just want to ask those. For one, let's see, one of them was, you have some names on some of them and some on the other. If the board votes on this tonight, it's the board corporates, so I think we should remove all names,
Okay.
okay? Because we did have that before. It gets confusing for legislators too. They, just, our whole board supports this. We voted on it, we supported it, it's ours.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The other one I wanted to say is the GATE program that you mentioned. Is that a funded or unfunded mandate?
I'll have to circle back around and check with you. I don't think it is funded.
So, and just to review it, can you bring it back up again?
I will need help with PowerPoint.
Should have put, there were no slide pages, so.
I'm going to write something down about that.
So it says their GATE program will be funded through a startup grant program established by the Florida Department of Education. Department will make applications available no later than August 15th. Okay, so they are going to provide separate funding. If a child leaves our system and we don't have FTE, and then they go to, let's say, Treasure Coast Technical College, and they enroll, according to this, will they be given funding for that enrollment so that we can pay for it?
I don't know.
Because they can't pay for it, so who's going to pay for it? Because there we go again with another budget that we've got to fund.
I'll
We were
have-
just talking about our budget, so.
I will have to read that through.
It says a
and
startup grant program. I
I-
see that, but do we have to apply for it?
I believe this is an agenda item at Wednesday's meeting, so I will be listening diligently to
Okay.
see what our next steps will be.
I would, because we're going to have another unfunded mandate if that's the case. And then,
Wait,
Cameras on
Madam Chair,
buses.
Madam
Oh.
Chair, it's about that same item. I
Okay.
think, Dr. Shafty, something that seems a little confusing in this language is that it says that a student who has withdrawn from K through 12, and then it says the opportunity to co-enroll. So if you've withdrawn, we're not co-enrolling. You're actually enrolling. Co means together, so I would think dual enrollment is kind of co-enroll. You're enrolled in 2 programs. Whereas here, it's saying you've either withdrawn and then you have, it should say, you've withdrawn from K through 12 and you're admitting yourself into an adult education program, separate and apart from the K through 12.
well, and it says,
just
and
seems a little-
post-secondary career education. Maybe that's what they mean by co-enroll.
Yes, I think the co-enrollment is adult and post-secondary career ed, not
Which
at
would
Two
be
different
what?
things.
Which would be what? Adult education is
GED?
Yeah,
GED could
adult
be-
education is GED.
Okay.
So the other one I had a question on is 994, Bill 994, where it was about the cameras on the buses, funding, if somebody gets a violation, then that helps fund it. So remember I brought that up last year about cameras on buses, and I said some of the districts are doing that. I even brought it up again this year because I went to something and some other district was talking about it at the Tampa conference. And they said that the number of passes for school buses went down drastically after they installed cameras on the buses. But I was told the cameras are super expensive, and that would be really hard for us to do. So is this going to help pay for the cameras, or is it, we got to upfront the cost and then we get paid after? Can you bring us back to that one?
It's before.
The number of passes of school buses that are stopped in this state is ridiculous. I saw the number, it was astronomical. Just the number of people blowing through red lights in this town has been unbelievable lately. All right, there it is. So it says various provisions relating to the camera enforcement of traffic
So it
infractions.
seems like it's almost a reimbursement process because it requires the law enforcement agency to send notice of the violation to the owner and then requires that civil penalties are remitted to a participating school district operating the bus and with the infraction detection system.
Could we maybe look at,
To the chair, just to, not to save time, we've already met with the sheriff's office regarding implementing this specific
Uh-huh.
program in Indian River County. We're on the same page in order to implement the program. So we've had these conversations, and as we begin to operationalize it, I think we're going to be able to
are we
provide.
going to be able to do it?
Yeah.
Or not
Well,
just a
there's-
pilot, or?
There is a pilot, and there's a funding source that goes through the sheriffs, because at the end of the day, they're doing the bulk of the work.
Yes.
So there's a partnership that we have to agree to say, yes, we'd want to do this. So it's in the works.
But this would allow us to pay for the cameras?
My understanding, and it's limited based on our first conversation, is there's opportunities to have that funded, and as you write the tickets, which is immense, you can reimburse yourselves for that. It pays for itself.
I know it would reimburse for maybe their man hours or whatever, but would we see any of the funding? We've done partnerships like this before
Yes,
where
yes.
we don't see the funding, we just get the service. But we're going to be out the camera funding if we
Well-
do install them.
I'm a pretty good negotiator.
Okay, good. All right.
Madam Chair.
On that?
Yeah, to that point, yeah, I actually was contacted some time ago by an organization, I think, I don't know, Miami, that that initially said that they would provide the cameras and that they would collect the revenues, and they would feed back some of the revenues to the school district. So that I don't know how realistic that was, but there is an organization that is willing to upfront the costs, apparently, to put that program in place.
Is that like a pilot program?
It's a private company.
The only concern I have with that is then, as it's ongoing, they're making money off of these
They will.
stops. Yeah,
They're expecting to.
yeah.
Yes.
Did you share that with Dr. Moore?
We spoke
We
several
have-
months
we-
ago
we
with Mr. Green.
However you do it, however you negotiate it, I think it's a great thing to
Yeah.
do. I don't know about the other board members, but the amount of passing, the amount of red lights people are going through in this town, the number of accidents I have seen recently in the last 6 months has exploded. And part of it is people on their cell phones. Part of it is people are in too big a hurry, and there's too many more people moving here, and they don't want to wait for another light. So, you know, God forbid we have a school bus that's going through that intersection at the same time that happens. And that wouldn't be part of this. This is just people going around, but at least putting a camera on the bus, anytime there's an accident, even cameras outside the bus, will give us more of a picture of what happened. And we know from sitting in those other meetings that we get to sit in, that would be less, or more information for the board members to know what happened when an accident occurs. Thank you. That's all I have for that. All right, anybody else have anything for legislative priorities? Ms. Rosario?
Yeah, the more that I think about the before and after school funding issues that we're having and the concern that board members have with parents who may not be able to afford, you know, our enterprise fund as it's stated in our budget, wondering if that could be something that we can add as well. I talked with Dr. Moore about this. I don't know if it could be maybe a special categorical or some kind of prorated funding, at the very least, maybe specific funding for our Title I schools. I'm not sure. But it seems,
I have an idea to help with that,
but okay.
an
it's-
appropriation.
And that's fine, and it seems like it's just needed. I don't know if it's just an Indian River County School District thing. I haven't done research beyond our county on this. But if it is, since we're doing our priorities, I don't think it would hurt us to be able to consider adding it to our legislative priorities, because clearly funding is needed for it.
One thing I will say is we can actually approach our legislators and say, we really would like you to consider an appropriation bill for this, because that's what appropriations do. They're for special need cases. They're not for everybody across the board. They're for a special project, like the county gets them for
K-8.
sewer projects or for water. I'm sorry?
Like a K-8.
Or like a K-8, we could do appropriation for that, too. Appropriations requests, the governor just vetoed a bunch of them, but you can always ask. All they can do is say no. But if they see the same appropriations being asked across the districts, like every district asking for it, that's the power of working with FSBA for something like that. They tend to want to fund those that are across the districts. The ones that are just, like you said, just for 3 counties, a music program. Every year I see that. There's a music program for like 3 counties.
Right.
And it's like, how are they doing that? Because their legislators are getting that done. So we need to ask our legislators to get something done like that for us. A K-8 school or after-school funding for kids.
Before and after school.
Yeah.
Even creating scholarships to help our students, something,
I 100% agree. I'm just trying to
I know.
figure out what the appropriate language would be, because it's more than just before and after-school care. It is quality services and programs.
It would have to be tied to
Dr. Foskey, can you
instruction.
grab that? And you and I don't know what that is.
Anything else for legislative priorities?
Dr. Moore, it would have to be tied, Dr. Shafty, I know she's going to bring it to us tonight. I trust the way that you're going to word it. But it would have to be tied, connected to not just before and after school daycare. That it has to be instructions behind, something along the lines of,
Interventions for children beyond the confines of the school day.
So we
Based on
have
the
a little bit of that bullet already. Under funding, the 3rd bullet focuses on the supplemental instructional academic allocation. Maybe that is an addition of summer, before, and after-school learning opportunities, because under that allocation, it would have to be research-based, evidence-based, and more than childcare, but
Okay.
instruction. So if,
I'm okay with that.
Okay.
All right. I don't know, are we concluded? 'Cause we-
On that part, yes.
All right. So the
Oh,
next
no?
agenda item, next 3 items will be covered by Dr. Jacobs. Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and board members. Through the chair, the first item for your review is the 24-25 school board member travel. We bring school board member travel on an annual basis. And in your backup, you can find the listing of the potential travel that will occur during the upcoming school year.
Yeah, I have a question about one, because I think it looks like I should have been to it, but it didn't exist. What is CBM, Policy Governance Forum? What is CBM, Policy Governance Forum? Because I went to a policy governance session in Tampa, in the summer conference in Tampa, but there wasn't a separate one on July 17th that I knew about.
Some of those are included within other things, but they give a list of items that more for new members that are coming in or that are elected. They
So-
give a
so
list.
did
So
you
when
know
you
about
go
it?
in,
Okay.
so when you go into the FASBA or that website, every year they list all the conferences and meetings and
Okay.
webinars, everything. And then they have specific ones that they suggest that new members attend, not necessarily that they're required to attend, but suggest that they attend only to become more familiar with how to work as a school board member and kind of get an idea of what goes on as a school member, what, what things they come across, or kind of try to catch up with the ones that are already here. So that's where that comes from.
Kind of like the finance forums.
Certified
too.
board member, that's what the,
Okay.
they're going to, yeah.
Okay, that explains that, because, oh, that's what CBM is, Certified Board Member 1. Okay,
No.
yeah, because none of us, I don't think, have been through that. All right, question, Mrs. Rosario?
Yeah, I think we should, if we can add a key here or a little asterisk to explain the acronyms. There's a lot of people who don't understand this, and if anybody pulls this up, I think in the spirit of transparency, we should just explain what those acronyms are. I see Dr. Jacobs is shaking her head yes. Also, at what point, I know that this is moving forward board member travel, but at what point are we, I know that this is just provided for us, I'm assuming for just now, from what we know of that are available, but as the year progresses, if something new comes up, if a board member says, hey, I just found, XYZ training in, wherever, in Miami, it's not a part of CBM, not a part of, FSBA, are we still opening up that door of opportunity to allow board members to do that?
That's,
Okay.
as
Yes,
long as it's
she
under
said yes.
500.
What's that? Go ahead.
So per board policy, as long as it's under $500, you would still be able to do that. If it exceeds $500, and that's why we list out all of these different places to travel or conferences to travel to, then we would need to bring it to the board for review.
The board doesn't vote on FSBA, and that's always over $500.
So FSBA is listed in here, so they don't come as a single item, they come as an annual item. So this would be the item tonight.
So through the chair, we have to bring it once a year, and we do our best to capture things we know board members typically go to. If there's a scenario in which there's an event that a board member wants to go to, because I don't go to FSBA, and I'd rather go to this, if you're aware of those, we could amend the item tonight to add them, and that way we don't have to bring it back in 4 or 5 months. So that would be the most appropriate way. If there's something that you would want to consider going to, just throw it on the list, and that way we don't have to bring back another item and kind of do this again.
There was one that happened last month. I couldn't go to it, but I was pretty intrigued. And I think the name is, I'll get the name for you so we can add it on tonight. And I believe it was either Conservative Coalition or Coalition of Conservative School Board Members. So I'll get the specific name in the event that something comes up with them as well. Can we also add there the Leadership Institute? Because I know that the Leadership Institute offers a lot of school board member training. And again, I'll confirm that other name for you.
And
Thank
could you
you.
confirm the Leadership Institute, what exactly specific Leadership Institute that is?
It's just called let me look it up.
Question, Ms.
Okay.
Rosario, so
The-
you're looking at, we all go to the FSBA if we choose to do so, and then if you ask for something that's 500 or less, it doesn't go to the board for approval, or?
Generally, we would approve any of these, and so if it's 500 or less, it would not need to come to the board, but I guess cumulatively,
I was
this would
gonna
be
say,
500, because we do have a specific
Right.
amount allocated for board member travel each year.
All righty, thank you.
Yeah, it is just called the Leadership Institute. Their website is theleadershipinstitute.org.
Okay.
They are a nationwide group.
Okay, Jay, go.
Any other questions? Okay, all right. Next item is the review of the 24-25 tuition and fee schedule for Treasure Coast Technical College. I am pleased to share that There have been no increases to students as far as fees. I did confirm with Ms. Shields that that is the case, and so annually, we bring this to the board for approval for the tuition and fee schedule for the upcoming year.
I asked a clarifying question to the superintendent because I was questioning, like, for example, if I wanted phlebotomy, I would pay that first fee, that registration fee, and then I would pay $2.44 an hour or something like that
Per hour of the
per
program.
hour. Okay, which is very reasonable. Okay.
All right, the next item is a review of the 24-25 high school dual enrollment articulation agreement with Treasure Coast Technical College. This is an agreement between the district and Treasure Coast Technical College for our dually enrolled students at TCTC.
Agreement with ourselves. Next item is, I'll be presenting on behalf of Mr. Seymour. Just a quick note, Mr. Seymour has had the worst weekend. He left Saturday morning to go on a flight and has been spent 2 days stuck in an airport, but he's finally got to his destination 2 days later, but we're glad that he's there. This is the contract with Navigate 360 that we presented during individual board briefings. It provides Tier 2 and Tier 3 services for our school counselors, curriculum that they can use in those services. So rather than them having their own resources or creating their own resources, it is aligned to the state of Florida, and it provides those services for that. So anything you want to add? We rehearsed this. They were supposed to come sit at the seat.
Yes, no, maybe, yes. Okay, there we go. I don't normally need a microphone. Yes, the purpose of this contract is twofold. The biggest one in our Tier 1 is our required instruction, which actually hits a lot of the hot points that you all have brought to us before. There's an anti-vaping piece, there's a sex trafficking piece. All of those are required from the state of Florida. Navigate 360 kind of shut themselves down when Florida's parental rights bills passed 2 years ago and have completely come up with a curriculum that is within all of the Florida standards that covers all those things. We have 5 hours in secondary that we're supposed to do, and then in elementary, it's that civic and character education. So this past year, we've been doing it individually with things we developed with curriculum and instruction. What we love about this piece is that it's fully transparent to the parents because it will be on ClassLink. So if they want to see the lesson, last year they'd had to come into the school and sit down and look at the PowerPoint, that sort of thing. Now they can just redo the lesson with their kid if they want to see what's happening. So we absolutely love the transparency of the Tier 1. And like Dr. Moore already mentioned, Tier 2 last year, our school counselors were having to go individually to their principal to ask permission to do X, Y, Z, either in classrooms or small groups. And of course, their small groups are only with parental permissions. This will provide a unified curriculum for them to be using for that. So we don't have to worry about, principals don't have to worry about, is this okay or not? Because we are saying that this is a Florida, these are all within standards. And if we ever come across, anything like that, now we can address it with the school counselor because we have this curriculum you should be using instead of worrying about finding things on your own.
And when we say curriculum, I just want to clarify what we've talked about in our meeting with Dr. Moore. Curriculum, you're talking about the requirements that fall under resiliency.
Correct. The resiliency standards for all K-12, and then the K-5 includes some civic and character education also in those required standards.
Great.
Next item is back to Dr. Jacobs,
Oh.
substituting for Mr. Seymour. Oh, I'm sorry.
I had a previous, thank you, sorry. I had a previous question, maybe before you go into this next one, if it's okay, about dual enrollment. We went so fast from one item to the next, I didn't have a chance, and then they came up. Would you like me to wait until the end, Dr. Jacobs, or ask now?
Yeah, please
Okay,
go ahead.
so regarding dual enrollment for the Treasure Coast Technical College, in the student eligibility requirements, I just want to make sure, because I know that this is all based on DOE rule and the statutes. Page 5 of the agreement, at the top, it is student eligibility requirements, letter B. Because I had this conversation with Dr. Moore about current dual enrollment at IRSC. It turns out this language, have a 2.0 unweighted high school GPA average based on 11 high school credits. That is accurate. That is based on the DOE rule. But here's the interesting part, and this might not even be a question, maybe it's a statement. What I like about this wording is it's not saying that you have to have a minimum of 11 high school credits that equals 2.0. It's like we can take any 11, average those, and let's see where we can find a 2.0 in your schedule. What I like in your years, what I like about that is that we're now creating an opportunity for a student to be able to take vocational or tech program as a dual enrolled student. That we're not looking at face value at, well, let's just see what you did this past year. And that's not accurate. This is based on any 11 high school credits. I want us to be able to use this as we should use our regular dual enrolled agreement with IRSE as an opportunity to change the culture in our school district, in counseling or in scheduling students when we have one-on-one with students. We should be able to say, hey, we can find 11 credits. Now let's find your 2.0. For that student who has a cumulative 1.5, we might be able to find a 2.0 in just looking at your highest 11. Anywhere in your career, let's look at your highest 11 credits. Does that make sense? Or is that, because I just think that we have such an opportunity to tap into a generation of students that would not think that they are eligible for this. And we need to be able to, if we're going to be best by all kids, this really makes it best by all kids. No agreement? Yes?
No, yeah.
Okay.
We're good there. We're going to circle back with you on the,
No, and even on this?
oh, no, we're good there.
Okay,
And the State College one, we're going to have a powwow.
okay.
Madam Chair, Ms. Rosario, would you summarize that one more time? What were you looking for with 11 credits?
Not what I'm looking for, it's in the agreement.
Yeah, but
So it
look
actually
at
says,
11.
have a 2.0 unweighted high school GPA based on 11 high school credits. Based on 11, not based on a minimum of 11, not based on 11 in your 9th grade, not based on 11 only in your 11th grade, not based on 11 on anything. It's just any 11 credits.
Just thinking,
That's actually a DOE rule.
yeah. I'm just thinking, most high schoolers starting in 9th grade get six or seven credits, and you're getting the 11 unless you've gone ahead and moved them forward. Okay.
All right, the next item, I'm sorry, I already set you up.
That's okay. Through the chair, the next item is a review of the revision of exceptional student education policies and procedures manual. Essentially, this manual takes the various policies related to exceptional student education and fleshes out procedures. The revision is done once every 3 years, and we're required to submit this revision to the state because it is linked to things like funding. I know that the Exceptional Student Education Department has done a great deal of work in that, and I've been part of those revisions, and it's a heavy lift, so we thank them for the work that they have done to revise this manual.
Anyone? Okay. Ms. Holden, you have H and I.
The next one is our health services plan, which Lisa Colon is our, if you're not aware, our new coordinator of health services since Vicki Burney's retirement. This is something we submit every 2 years to the health department. So a lot of it is standard operating procedures in our nurses and delineates just simply what's the responsibility of the local Department of Health, the health services coordinator at the district level versus the school nurse. The only major revision this last year is the last 2 pages, and it is just describing who's the Department of Health, who's the coordinator. So it's just an extra description to go when you're in the front pages, who is it talking about? So that is the major addition to this year. The rest of it is pretty standard operating procedure from our clinics. The only thing I will say since the last time we published this is that we're up to about 90% of our schools having RNs. So we're working on it. We have a couple LPNs left who work under Lisa's RN license, but we are very proud of that improvement since the last one of these was passed.
Okay. Dr. Pasco, anything? No? On this
That
one?
is just, that's wonderful. I was going to ask the percentage on RNs. That's really good
I
work.
want to say a number out loud, but I don't want to say the wrong one, and Lisa's not here.
And then the next item is the mental health allocation plan that we've spoken a lot about today.
I'm going to defer to Sarah.
Good afternoon. The mental health allocation plan, Mr. Green, thank you for covering my budget thoroughly. I appreciate that. But I have the planned funds and expenditures for 24-25 are included in that plan to the state. It's basically our district assurances along with state mandates. Our allocation is now going to fund 4 of our elementary school counselors. That's kind of new this year. Already existing school counselors, I should add that as well. The allocation is also going to allow for our mental wellness staff to be on a rotating schedule on all of our school campuses once every 2 weeks. And then our community partnerships have really been strengthened through just relationship building through the mental health collaborative specifically, but then other agencies to really make sure that students and families get the support they need.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone?
Yep.
Okay. Dr. Jones?
I was at an event last week, and a student came up to me who was on your superintendent's advisory council.
Depends on which one.
No, don't. And she said, Dr. Jones, are you going to make sure that students who need help in mental health get the help they need? So Sarah, can you answer that for me? How many will we have? What counselors or what campuses are they going to be on, and how will they work? Because I know we don't have one on every campus.
Right, they will rotate through, specifically the mental wellness staff will rotate through. All of our campuses have school counselors. Our
Right.
secondary have, the middle schools all have 2 school counselors, the high school between 5 and 6, depending on Sebastian or Vero. So that would be like a student's first line of defense or assistance, should they need it. And then we have like a referral process through Focus that they can put in after contacting parents to get consent. And then one of our wellness staff members could see them.
So let me just build on that. At the closing council meeting with my student advisory, that was in terms of problem solving, where are we going to focus next year? That was one of the primary areas that they wanted continued improvement. And when they say continued improvement, additional resources, and you all have made the shift going from stagnant mental health counselors that we funded who were seeing 12 to 13 individuals to maximizing community resources through parent choice, really ultimately expanding the level of services that could be provided versus what we were doing. Some of the programming around school counselors really sparked an expectation in me. It was kind of a conversation we were having, myself and Ms. Rosario, this morning, about really ensuring that, counselors are seen as counselors, and they're providing resources and support and academic advisement that accelerates the potential of all students. So it was a very, very good conversation that allowed us to make significant changes to improve the quality of services for student services next year.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I do.
Yes, Ms. Rosario?
You said there was a number there that you said of how many school counselors you had, or we have. What was that number that you provided?
Total?
Yeah.
Okay. Every elementary school has a school counselor. All the middle schools have at least 2 school counselors. I'm sorry, Sebastian Elementary and Pelican Island are sharing their split time with 1 school counselor. Our middle schools have 2 school counselors per school, and the high schools, Vero Beach High School, I believe, is at 6, and Sebastian High School is at 5 school counselors. I had said the allocation will fund for elementary positions, and then the other elementary positions will be funded through Title I funds, through Karen Mallett.
Okay, so that's why this is only 4?
Yes, ma'am.
Can we add in there, can you put elementary only? There's no, when we're looking at this, it just basically looks like we're only funding 4 school counselors, and I don't know if we could just be a little bit clear as to where those counselors are.
I'm not able to edit, like, that's that side of it.
Oh, is this a
This comes from the
pre-form?
DOE, yes. I'm trying to think about if there was a place, I could note it under like other expenditures under charter, just to allow that understanding, for sure.
Okay.
Perfect.
So the school counselors are just traditional school counselors that we know, that I've known for 100 years, or however long it's been, where, you know, you walk in, you can see a school counselor if you,
Having a bad day, having a good day.
yeah, or
Yeah.
need a schedule change or something like that. We're not redefining the definition or the role of a school counselor for mental health services.
No, we're not, but we fully want them, as we all have spoken about, to meet the need of a school counselor. And it is,
But they
There-
are.
there's
School
opportunities.
counselors are school counselors.
They are, but there's, from my perspective, there's opportunities to improve the quality of services that are being provided and the touch that we're having on kids. Very similar to our conversation earlier today.
Okay, because, you know, school counselors are not mental health specialists. That's very, we can't expect them to do things they were not trained to do. So I don't.
No, not at all. And the intention here is, if you looked at it in terms of an instructional standpoint, there are typical and troubled behaviors. When you don't deal with typical behaviors, they become troubled behaviors. A lot of those typical are age-appropriate adolescent behaviors that if they're not, you don't provide the appropriate level of support, it turns into a troubled behavior. Those are opportunities in elementary school to ensure that our school counselors have the resources, Navigate 360, to provide that little mischievous behavior so it doesn't manifest itself into a very troubling behavior when they get into middle school and high school. So there are opportunities from a school counseling standpoint to be more intentional of providing those services and support, which would be group counseling, small group counseling.
But here's the thing, is that we, a few years ago, you know, implemented and added behavior specialists to handle those situations. And so now we're looking at two different positions that what I'm hearing is you no longer, you want now the guidance counselors to pick up some of that behavior.
That is the, from a guy who was a school counselor, that is the intent. The BIS, the behavior intervention specialist, was to remove kids from instruction and deal with them on a negative consequence discipline standpoint.
That's a dean.
That's a dean, and we don't have them in elementary school, they're in secondary school. Some of the other behavior management positions that we added were aligned to a student's disability and to provide the appropriate training and certification through behavior specialist.
So on a regular basis, a guidance counselor could deal with an issue, student comes in, apart from the assistant principal or a dean handling discipline issues. I mean, you can spend the whole entire day
Absolutely.
on one student the whole entire day. And, you know, it's crazy because then everything else gets pushed aside or, you know, pushed to tomorrow. And so then you have several other students who may come to you throughout the day that you can't handle their situation. I'll get back to you, go back to class, don't worry, it's not an emergency, I'll get back to you. And then this one particular counselor that day is just bogged down with this one issue, which has happened time and time again. So I don't know how to, I'm wondering if maybe we should just increase student counselors in schools so that one student counselor doesn't have 50 students on their, you know, on their particular, as their particular responsibility, and now they have 25. So that you now spread, you're not spread thin, you know, you're spread liberally so that you can actually spend more time with students that come to you and be able to handle the behavior aspect of it. But if you're now asking them to do their assigned role and behavior and not provide for some other supports for them to lessen the load, then we're actually setting ourselves up for some
I don't think we're
pretty
asking them
challenging.
to do anything in addition to, just be more efficient by providing them the resources and materials in order to be more efficient at the work that we're asking them ultimately to do. So I think just in terms of leading student services, it is making sure we're efficiently addressing those typical behaviors by providing comprehensive training on what a student services program in elementary and middle school and high school looks like. And there are significant opportunities to redefine how we're providing those services without changing the overall allocation. Because at the end of the day, our allocation is extremely, extremely generous in terms of what we're providing, and it's one of the things that we are protecting. So there's other conversations to have, but we are maximize, it's a key area of focus going into continuing to improve the impact a student service office has at a school site.
Okay. So I have another question about school psychologists and school social workers. How many total do we have for the district, since obviously this is not a total plan?
At the moment, we have 8 school psychologists, and we have 3 postings, if you know anybody who's qualified and you're watching this show.
So we would then have 11?
This is not a show.
Oh, sorry, I just went into advertisement mode. So we have had up to 11, but going into the school year right now, we only have 8 because we do not have any applicants. So we're working on some possible problem solving around that. In the mental wellness department, we have 1 school social worker, and I believe Karen Mallets has 2. So 3 total as social workers.
Okay, and the role of the school psychologists would be what?
A significant lift that they do has to do with student evaluations, whether it's gifted evaluations or child find evaluations or things like that. Dr. Jacobs is actually the expert on that, but they also do participate in some of our school-based threat management teams, our individual problem-solving teams, where we're determining, does a kid need to move up to an evaluation, or can we get him some services with the school-based staff that's going to help improve their academic and behavioral success.
Are those typically year-round 12-month positions?
No, our school psychologists are 10-month positions at this time.
Okay. And what about the time, what is the timeline in which a parent says, I want my child to be evaluated? What is the expected timeline in which those 11 or 12 total positions would pick up that request from that parent or the teacher and have that child evaluated or begin the process?
Sure, as far as timelines goes, so there's the individual problem-solving team that makes the referral for an evaluation and whatever type of evaluation they might need. It's a 30-day window in which our resource specialists must obtain parental consent or request parental consent from the parents, so they have 30 days to do that. From that time that consent is signed for initial evaluations, initial disability evaluations, it is a 60-day timeline. And then for gifted evaluations, it's a 90-day timeline. For reevaluations, and I'm going to check with Daphne, three-year reevaluations, and then the timeline is decided upon by the reevaluation team, correct? Okay, and typically best practices is 60-day timeline for completion of that, and that's anything from a speech or language evaluation to a comprehensive psychoeducational evaluation.
Okay.
And our school psychs did about 111 each this year, which is a lot.
Our school sites did 111
on average
on
school
average
site.
each for special
Evaluations.
needs or gifted.
It's a lot.
Yes, all right.
What were our numbers the previous year? Do we know?
Do I know? Yes. Do I know it right this second? No.
Yeah, I can tell you that it has increased systematically over the years. We have seen an increase in evaluations.
Pre-COVID, we were at 60 per year per psych on average.
Thank you,
And why do we think that is? Is that because we are more efficient in handling, the referrals that come? That are we responding to the requests for evaluation. I'd like to see, maybe you should bring it back to, at another workshop, you know? Like what's the overall look at this?
There's a multitude of factors, but I can tell you what has changed in more recent years, our parent-initiated evaluations. So it has been widely proliferated across different healthcare providers and other providers that you can go to the school district and get a free evaluation. So if you suspect your child has a disability or is gifted, it's fully within a parent's right to request it. And so we have seen a significant increase in those evaluations, as well as requests from private schools and homeschool students. So we also, as part of our responsibilities for Child Find, have to respond to requests from private schools as well as homeschool students. And so we've seen an increase in both of those.
Okay, that makes sense.
One comment, Ms. Berenborn?
Yes.
I think the best thing we did in the last few years is put counselors at the elementary school. Every principal will tell you how that has helped. And I'm more familiar with middle and high school counselors, and yes, they have their basic duties and so forth with scheduling, but now we see a system where, okay, this is not my area, mental health. This is not my area, behavior specialists. You know, dean, something like that.
Yep.
So each school would tell you they have a plan on how they can help that person. But those elementary counselors, best thing we did.
Thank you, thank you. All right, items J through P will be Ms. Becerra. Mostly these are the annual renews of programs that we use to service our children.
Good afternoon, through the chair. It seems like I briefed you on these in individual board briefings a year ago, but I think it was about 2 months ago. So I'll help refresh what we briefed. The first thing I'll be bringing is the comprehensive evidence-based reading plan. This is for the 24-25 school year. This document is prepared annually using state guidelines and the state template. There's a requirement that we must submit this to the DOE by August 1st. Any questions regarding that? Okay.
Anyone?
The next one is a renewal for a hosting services agreement with Power School for the 24-25 school year. This is an agreement that we've been in partnership with for, I believe, over 20 years now at this point. This hosting agreement provides our district with assessment and data management system for creating, delivering, scoring local assessments. It's a lot of the work that Dr. McMahon does. So this is a renewal agreement that we're asking for you to approve. The next renewal agreement is with iReady. iReady is a computer adaptive learning, blended learning program. We use this for our students in kindergarten through 8th grade in reading and math. The program includes 3 diagnostic assessments annually, along with the individualized student learning paths that come out of those diagnostics. And it also is used to support differentiated instruction, including acceleration and some remediation as well.
I have a question about that one.
Yes, ma'am.
I had a parent of a gifted child that reached out to me about this specific program, and they said their child was 3 grades ahead. So the class is in 4th grade, and he's doing 7th grade math, or whatever it was. She was fine with that until some of the passages were on concepts that were about teenagers and teenage things, and she was really not comfortable with it.
There are circumstances where the curriculum, the students will have outpaced the curriculum, and in this case, that would be one of them.
So, but she was still told that he had to be on something because that was the requirement. I know the state requires us to do something like this.
If you could ask her to call me, that would be great.
Okay, I will.
Thanks.
Because there are things that we can do then to get around
Yes,
this.
yes.
Okay,
There are always going to be outliers that we need to address individually.
okay, thank you.
The next one is a renewal for Imagine Learning. Based on Florida Statute 1002.45, districts are required to offer credit recovery options for students. This contract is a renewal and provides our students who need to recover credits or are hospital homebound a learning platform that is accredited and aligned to Florida standards. The next renewal is for Lexia Learning, as briefed in the individual board briefings. This is something actually that the board approved in 21-22 to serve as our state-approved intensive intervention curriculum. I bring it back annually because we have the obligation and the right to purchase it annually. It's not the 5-year purchase. The next one is the approval of book orders for school media centers. They are submitted for your consideration. The schools that are submitting these orders are Oslo, Pelican Island, Rosewood Magnet, Citrus Elementary, Glendale Elementary, and Osceola Magnet Elementary School. And on the heels of that, I will volley this to Dr. Shafty just to give you a very quick overview of the process. I know you've been briefed on the process in the past, but she can talk you through what they go through to get to this point.
Okay, something you'll notice different through the chair in your backup documentation, you will have the SAC minutes included. Each of these schools shared the list with their SAC committees, same process in place, that there were multiple outreach attempts by the principal in their weekly call to inform all families that this item would be at an upcoming SAC meeting, extending the invitation to any family who wished to participate in the discussion. They had to submit them in accordance with our board documents approximately 2 weeks before, or 2 months, I'm sorry, before this meeting. And then upon receipt, the books will be read in their entirety before going onto the shelves.
Any questions?
Yeah, yes, thank you. I just want to be clear now that we're going into a new school year. I believe last year and the year before, we agreed that the SAC committees would all be trained in that library training that is provided. And so as the school year begins with new SAC members possibly, is that incorporated into the training?
100%. And now that the state has released that training early, instead of our media specialists trying to have to do it midway through the year, they're actually all doing it August 6th on the district professional learning day. So instead of catching them up halfway through the year, every media specialist is starting with that training. And then the expectation that anybody reviewing an instructional material to include library books needs to go through with the training as well.
Okay. And then the other thing, there have been some comments that one of the books that we recently approved to be removed, not banned, removed because of inappropriate material, was already pre-approved by the SAC committee, and then it came to the board for a vote. And that might all be well and true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we are going to find every single thing every single time. There still might be opportunities where something might slip through the cracks and then a parent might find it, and so then it came to us for a vote. Obviously, it went to the book committee. But I just want to be clear and transparent to the community that even though we have a process, doesn't mean it's always going to be 100% perfect process. And so that's why we have a lot of eyes on it. But when it comes to the parents having concerns, that's where the beginning process begins with an objection, and then obviously we know the process according to our procedures, so according to our policies. So thank you for that. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, and my last item is the student progression plan for the 24-25 school year. This must be updated annually and reflect any changes to statutes and/or Department of Education requirements that pertain to student progression. So while we briefed it in board briefings, and we're talking about it today, we will not bring this back to you until the August board meeting for approval, because you have had quite a lofty set of reading materials over the last few days. So this is something that, while we've briefed on it, we're reviewing it with you here. It will not come to you for approval until August. Any questions?
Just one, Ms. Bear.
You'll remind us again?
Yes.
So,
Ms. Becerra, just when you look through this plan, and I know we've gone through it a little bit, what would you say are the major changes?
So the major changes really are, one of the first major, it's not really a major change, it's just a clarity in language. It's regarding homeschool students and the Family Empowerment Step Up for Families PEP program. There was a lot of confusion last year with the program, in that students who were taking the funding were no longer eligible to participate in courses during the day at our campuses. However, they are still eligible for extracurricular. So this is just clarifying the language around that. Another one is the math deficiency and parental notification requirement. That is something that went into effect after last year's student progression plan was developed and approved. So we've made sure we incorporated it this year as well. Another of the big changes is our promotion guidelines. We will now be promoting at the high school level based on cohort information. So that will be new to our students, our families, and our staff. That will be an important one. The GED underage waiver, that is also something that you probably remember from legislation in the previous year. We wanted to make sure that that was reflected in the policies, in the progression plan as well. And I think those are the big changes. There are technical changes, some terminology has changed, obviously the dates have changed, but those are the biggies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, the one about homeschooling, for parents who are listening, if they are listening, it's only specific to the parents who are receiving the Family Empowerment Scholarship. Those who are not receiving the Family Empowerment Scholarship are free to use any of, or participate in any of our day courses, so long as there is a seat available, no matter what it is at any of our schools.
Exactly.
The other question I had was about looking at this and comparing it to the new legislative stuff that we just went over, actually. All
So-
of the new bills that came out. Have we made sure that everything's aligned for that?
Yes, that's a great question, and I briefed on this originally back, I think, in June, early June. We pulled it to make sure we could incorporate new legislation, so yes, that's incorporated in here as well. And one of the other reasons to push this to August is so that any board policies that may be approved tonight can be reflected in this as well.
Okay.
Now, Q through X, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair. So item Q is your standard disposal of surplus property, and on this particular one, 70% of those items are Title I smart boards that are not smart anymore. They've lost their intelligence. They're like 13 years old, and they're being cycled out through the ViewSonic panel. So the vast majority of those are smart boards being changed out in the Title I schools. And then the rest are transportation and food service items, some older vehicles, 14 to 25-year-old vehicles with 200,000 miles when they have engine problems and the repairs are too high. These are obsolete and no longer needed vehicles. Those will go up for auction, of course, to the highest bidder. And that's really it, other than a few cameras and some refrigerators and ovens, again, old at a food service, that are not worth repairing.
Board members, anybody? I have one, because, I always love to look at the surplus and say, what are we doing with this? It drives me nuts when technology is obsolete after just a few years, because do you foresee all this ending up in our landfill? Or is there a way we can?
So we actually use a recycling company that picks it up and recycles it, and sometimes we get a residual value for that, but we do not put them in the local landfills.
Okay, thank you.
All of the technology is recycled through a vendor.
Great, good to hear.
The next item is, as we've briefed on back in April, the board received and was awarded a grant, a workforce development capitalization incentive grant to update the automotive lab and classroom at Sebastian River High School. This is the first step in that process to engage with the architectural services of Holly Jarver that we have on contract with us, and they will be creating the design materials, the building plans, the construction project plan, construction administration, and the closeout. So tonight's item is to engage with them for $219,000 out of that $1.5 million to create all those plans and manage that project, which will enhance the ventilation system, expand the classroom space, and create a separate bay with a hydraulic, and you've kind of heard about a cutaway car that they can work on within that lab, and that's all through that cap grant through the DOE.
Okay, Dr. Jones?
In upgrading the HVAC, does that mean air conditioning?
It does not mean air conditioning at this point. That could not be included in the grant. However, what we were able to do is include the infrastructure so that we're improving the ventilation. So when the cars are running and they're working on them, the ventilation will be upgraded. But we're leveraging it to get the infrastructure in place so that when we are able to fund that through the capital 5-year plan, we've got the infrastructure and we don't have to reroute that.
Obviously, Vero had a renovation a few years ago, and it's absolutely beautiful, the automotive, so for those of you who have been in there, when it's hot, it's extremely hot. So when they're doing the renovations, Mr. Green, how will they be able to still do everything they need to do, or how are you going to work that?
Yes, and they'll be quarantined off for that project. The next two items are renewals of software agreements. The first one is with Cisco. As we briefed, we own our own phone system that provides a variety of benefits, from life safety to being able to control our costs. If you were to go out and get a line for every one of our 2,500 lines, it may be $9.99 a month. You're talking $25,000 a month or $300,000 a year. So you'll see this is around $95,000 a year to support the system and the investment. So this is for all of the licensing for all of our phone systems, the voicemail and everything that goes with that. And that's the Cisco Collaboration Flex. It's a 5-year agreement, around $95,000 per year for that agreement. The second item is the Microsoft Unified Support. So we are a Microsoft district. Windows, Office, Office 365, all of our products and everything that we use, our network and our infrastructure, our servers, all run on the Microsoft platform. And luckily, we did not have the latest kernel installed, so we didn't have the outage that some people experienced. But this is for the support contract, the annual support contract for that, which is just under $100,000 a year, 24/7 support. It also includes assessments where they come in and do penetration testing and assessments on our network, and it includes training where they come in and train our staff. For example, we'll be moving to Windows 11 over the next year, and they will provide the training for that. So that's the support agreement for the Microsoft products.
Ms. Rosario has a question.
Oh, yes.
I'm glad that we weren't a part of that outage, but, you know, seeing how everyone experienced what they experienced, what would happen in the event that we did? I mean, what would happen to our data? What is our backup plan? Because that's some pretty serious stuff.
So the good news is we are locally housed. We have our own data center here. We do have backups that we could restore from. We also have a redundant site at Vero Beach Elementary, so it's a portion of the data center to be able to recover and boot up. So yes, there would be some downtime to address that, but I think we're posed in a very good position to respond to those things quickly.
And would that be, what is the backup? Is the backup, are we talking student grades? Are we talking, you know, private information? You know, what are we?
Everything that's electronic.
Payroll, everything.
Absolutely.
So that's basically everything.
And yes.
Okay. Interesting.
Yes, go ahead.
Do we have other, I assume we have other provisions for a cloud or other safety backup, particularly in this area where proximity-wise, we're both vulnerable for hurricanes and other disasters?
Right. So for example, with payroll and those things, we use Focus School Software, which has a cloud backup. So they're using fault-tolerant redundant systems around the country where they might have 3 different data centers. So literally, if we were gone here, we could drive north to the next place, whether it be Daytona or Jacksonville, get an internet connection, and our data is available. The next item, switching gears a little bit, is the renewal of our stop-loss insurance, and the vendor is QBE. So we are a self-funded health insurance fund, and that's through board contributions and employee contributions. Part of that is having insurances to operate, and the stop-loss insurance is kind of like having your hurricane insurance. If your house were to get blown away and you need to rebuild it, you don't have the funds to do that. So if in a catastrophic event, such as, God forbid, a severe cancer case, or there are, specific health-induced items that have very expensive costs with them, this limits our funds out of pocket to $250,000 individual with a $250,000 policy aggregate across the board. And the market increase is about 15 to 20% per year on that. We've been able to keep that at a 1.9% over 10-year increase by looking at the deductibles and negotiations. This year it started out at 9.8, and we got the down to like 7% increase over last year. And the next item is a bid. As we've talked about, we're bidding out a lot of products and a lot of services. One of those is the athletic field maintenance. So we have 7 schools, 22 fields, and 40 acres of Bermuda grass that's maintained by a vendor. That's the special reels mowing, fertilizing, pest control, irrigation, topsoil, dressings, all of those things. And this awards that to Reels Grinding, a very clever name, as you have to use the Reels lawnmower. So we had 3 bids, and this is to award to the lowest contractor, Reels, to maintain those athletic fields throughout the year. And Dr. Jones, as we talked earlier, item W is just a review of the tax anticipation note, or the TAN. And as we have discussed on several occasions, the majority of our funding comes from local property tax funding, which doesn't typically come in until later in the year. So for example, this past year, we did get one check for 1.4 or 1.5 million in October, but we really didn't start getting our funding until November, 8 million, 12 million, and then almost in December, almost the new year, 48 million. So that period that we have from now that we're using our cash on hand to operate until that January timeframe, when we're reliant on those local property tax dollars to come in, we go out and we borrow a short-term loan through a bank loan. The interest rate is 4.2 to 4.6 interest rate on that. That has fees, a $35,000 fee at the beginning, and then you have the interest rates. We take those funds and we put them into our SBA account, which right now is about 5.2 or 5.6% interest rate. So we're making interest, a higher interest rate than we're borrowing, and this is the one time you can have a positive arbitrage for the school district. We're not in the business to make money, but this is to help offset those costs that you are experiencing. And then as our payroll goes, which is about $6.5 million every 2 weeks, as that payroll starts going out and we start pulling that cash, there's less and less of that, and then we pay that full back in December, January. And as I spoke to this past year, we borrowed $12 million. The awardee was Wells Fargo. And after all of the issuance fees and the interest, and then the interest we made, it was roughly $19,000. And actually, after we finished it, that number is actually smaller than, so it cost less than $19,000 to issue that TAN. So been working with the financial advisors and the bond council. They've looked at our cash flows, and they know we're going to be like $9.8 million short in a particular month. So there are X's on up to a max, I think, of 20 million on the board agenda because we weren't sure, and we do now know it'll be a $15 million TAN for this year, $35,000 in fees, which is very similar. What will happen next is starting tomorrow, Ford, our financial advisors, will issue the invitation to negotiate on our behalf throughout all those vendors. On August 13th, those responses will be due back to the finance department and our financial advisors. On the 14th, we'll notice the award. The 14th through the 16th, we'll finalize all the documents. On the 16th, we'll upload that to board docs for the 26th business agenda. And on the 26th, the board will have before them a resolution to approve the tax anticipation notes. And then on the 29th, we'll have settlement and receipt of cash on August 29th, well before that October dip that happens in the middle to late October.
Anyone want to discuss the TAN?
Just one question. Why would we go for a bank loan versus a competitive public offering? What's the real difference and how does that help us?
So the difference is the workload and the effort to accomplish them, the time frame. A public offering to go out for a bond, I mean, you're talking binders and binders of information that you go through. There are some districts leveraging that, and they're taking really big loans. Miami-Dade, they're taking such a big loan that they're actually making money, but they need that amount. When you get down, like we were 12 million last year, that wasn't enough to attract a bond market, so you go with the local. The 15 million is right on the cusp, but it's just a smaller loan amount, so generally that's gonna be your short-term bank loans that are interested in doing that versus going through that complete bond and maybe doing a year payback instead of the shorter term 6 month.
Thank you.
And item X, well, we did the budget. Item X is the salary schedule will be coming before you this evening. Just want to thank Dr. Suit and the Human Resources Department for working on that and getting that pulled together. So that's an annual update that's required by statute, 10/12/22, I believe. And the major changes for this year are it's reflective of the raises from last year are now reflected in the book. And then there's a lot of strike-throughs because the organizational chart, with all the moves, we changed a lot of job descriptions and reporting to where those people. So the majority of strike-throughs are that. And the other last item is the guest educator. Once you've applied to the state and you're fully ready to go, you're just waiting on the DOE, then you start getting paid like a beginning teacher and you start getting benefits, and that's documented in the book now. It's already in place. And with that tonight, we'll be asking for your approval then once the contracts with the unions are negotiated, which they are, ratified, which one is and one's in the process, and then board approved, that we will update that salary schedule book instead of waiting a year and put it on the website to reflect those new salaries.
Just a comment.
Oh, yeah.
Just a special thank you to Mr. Green and to Dr. Suit, HR, because this is a lot of information, and it was very easy to read, and hopefully we'll get everything ratified and ready to go.
And item Y was the budget update that we moved to the beginning.
Madam Chair, the discussion items, discussion item A, I looked at the wrong agenda and didn't pull it, so that item should be removed. That's policy 0162, which leaves the final item, which is B. This is a number of policies as well as the speaker form. The board is engaged in this conversation, I don't know, 5, 6 times. So Ms. Rosario is suggesting some modifications to conclude those conversations.
Ms. Rosario?
Yes, thank you. So these are essentially just follow-up from previous conversations. Let's start, I suppose, with the business meeting policy. Let me get that out, because I have several different policies here. Okay, so the business meeting policy is just essentially talking about our policies. And I will actually say, the 3 policies that are on here, there's business meeting, agendas, and notice of meetings. All 3 of those are 3 different meetings that actually should just be one, because they're all talking about our meetings. It's just really crazy that all 3 of those about our meetings are in 3 different places. It would be nice if we could just consolidate all of that and just simplify the system. I know Dr. Moore is going to tell you, well, Neola recommends. You know, Neola can make recommendations, but ultimately it's our policies. It's our policy. So what happened, and the reason why I bring this up now, is that, so, you know, in reviewing the board meeting policy, and in doing the research on that, turns out we have another policy called agendas that address the things that we should add to the meetings policy. And then there turned out to be another one, which was the notice of meetings, which had language that wasn't included in the previous two. And so it's just crazy. I think it's more complicated to try to update all three of those separately, whereas here we can just create one and call it a day. So that's my 2 cents before actually talking about the content of the changes. The content of the changes is pretty much basically what we have been talking about all this time with our meetings. Oh gosh, I'm on the wrong thing, sorry. So this would be policy 0165, which is the first of the recommendations. Just cleaning up some of the language that's in there. 99% of this, minus some of the, you know, the language, comes directly from Sunshine, requiring us to notice how we notice our meetings, and then aligning that language with the other policies that are in here. The one thing that I know the superintendent, there is a line in here that says all video and audio recordings will be posted on YouTube. That's certainly not in Sunshine. I added that in there because that's what we do. That's what we've always done. Dr. Moore would prefer not to have YouTube on there and only say the website, like post it on the website, but we don't do that. We don't post our videos on our website on Board Docs. On Board Docs, what we have is a video link, and that link goes directly to YouTube. So I recommend we keep YouTube. If YouTube ever changes in the future and we're using a different platform, we can change, you know, our policy. But for right now, for as long as I can remember, we've just only used YouTube, and we've provided the link on our website. So that we can certainly talk about. Otherwise, I mean, rather than just reading what is here, I'll just open it up for board discussion.
Okay, Dr. Jones.
So you're on 165, right, Ms. Rosario?
0165, yes, meetings.
At the very end, talks about the minutes.
Is your mic on?
I'm sorry, it might not. At the very end, it talks about the minutes.
Yeah,
Okay,
section 28.
right,
Mhm.
right. The minutes are public records when the person responsible for preparing the minutes has performed duty, even though they have not yet been sent to the board members or officially approved by the board.
Yeah, that is according to AGO 91-26, and that is provided in Sunshine. That is language, again, that I found in the law that we don't have in our policy, and I think it's smart for us to be, to include it in there, because it is indeed accurate.
So, for example, if we finish the minutes and they haven't been approved by the board and someone requests them, they could be incorrect.
Yeah, that's what the law says.
Do they say draft on
Yeah,
them?
I'd have to say draft. Or unapproved.
They could, I guess.
They have to have a watermark on there as draft, correct?
Okay,
Okay.
okay. I just don't want anything going out there that we didn't really approve.
I agree.
That's my question on
agree.
that one.
So if anyone, so in other words, if any, well, maybe we should add that. Would you like to add that to the policy?
I think that would be
Or do you think
great,
that
yeah.
that is some kind of procedure that the superintendent can handle? That if anyone requests public records of our minutes prior to approval, it should have a watermark that says
Draft.
draft?
I mean, I don't know how many request it before it actually goes out there officially, but I think we've got to be careful on that. I agree, thank you.
You have a question, Mr. McDonald?
No, well, I just, relative to your question about the YouTube, perhaps we could have language that says that we will post either the video or a link to the video on YouTube or other other platform is chosen. It gives us the flexibility, and we don't have to change the terminology if we make a change.
Posted or made available on the website. So
Right.
if we post it on the website, whether we're using Terry Barrenborg's, video services, wherever the link goes to, I don't know. It's available. Saying YouTube, if YouTube went bankrupt 2 months ago, we'd have to bring back and over the course of the month, change the policy.
I'm good.
Dr. Pasca?
Yeah, in regards to the website discussion, I would probably just keep it generic because it's simple, and I think we can communicate what we're trying to communicate without having to be so specific.
Okay.
But it looks good, I like it.
So I have a question about the videos on the faces. So Dr. Moore, that changed when Mr. Barefoot was the chair. So
No.
is there a reason why that wouldn't be a
It
problem to go back
didn't
to?
change when Mr. Barefoot
it
was
was.
the chair. It changed last August, I believe. The following our very lengthy board meeting, I made the decision just to have one straight angle view.
Okay.
So prior to that, it was as it's described here in this policy that's being proposed. Can we do it? Absolutely. Does it require a little bit more logistics? Yes. Can we handle it? Yes. But it was me who said, okay, we're gonna keep this about the business of the board, and we're gonna have one camera view, and that's exactly what I did.
Have you seen a difference since we've taken the faces and instead showing the back of the heads? Did it make a difference, I mean, for you to do that?
That's a loaded question, to be honest with you. And I don't think that's the root cause of it, to be honest with you. But I just, not me personally, I don't want to give authority or be community entertainment. But at the end of the day, does it deter people from going away? I can't say that it does.
Okay. The other question I have is about the citizen input form, so that's.
Can you
the
add
other-
just one thing on that policy? And I know it may seem like I'm cutting hairs. The 8 days versus 7 days
Oh, yeah.
regarding the posting of items.
That's right.
And the only reason it says 8 days, even though in this particular structure it's a Sunday, is board briefings are on one day. So if someone was to send me something, the third board member I met with on that day, and we're reviewing the agenda that's going to be posted, 2 of them will be surprised and not hear it. So it puts me in a situation where I have to either go back and, re-advise board members, and then, board members fully.
Which you've had to do.
No, because it is 8 days. Right now in the protocols, it's 8 days.
No, you've had to do that with another item before. It was in after you talked to me. I remember that one time. You have
Okay.
done it before.
I had, or maybe that more than likely that was on me, which is okay. But I don't want to put, if the fourth board member requests something, or even later in that day, and then when we post the agenda, the process of posting this agenda, the protocols that we have in place are lengthy. So it's basically a 2-week process. So 8 days is still pushing it, but that's fine. So I prefer keeping the 8, just so I can keep myself out of trouble with board members.
Okay.
That's good, yeah.
Other than that,
Wait. Dr. Moore, this policy doesn't say, this policy, particularly with the meetings, only addresses, with regard to 7 days, the notice for emergency or special meetings. This one is not the one that I think you're talking about.
oh, then
You're
insert those
talking-
comments whenever appropriate.
And so you also mentioned protocols. Our protocol says 8 days, but our protocols are not policy.
You are correct.
So we can always change our protocols according to whatever we put in the policy, which is a great segue into another policy, which is if we can take a look at, again, because they overlap so much, if we could take a look at the agendas policy. Let me pull that up.
That's where I was.
Yeah. We can just go straight into that one. So the agendas policy now better aligns with the meetings policy. Language kind of aligns, you know, they're all, I did like a crosswalk with it. Obviously myself, Dr. Moore and staff looked at it. This act, there's not much here. There's nothing really, again, it all aligns with sunshine law. Here, if you look at number 2, I think, Dr. Moore, this might be what you're referring to, the 7 days.
Correct.
Sorry, number 3. If you look at number 3, I think this is what Dr. Moore is talking about. It does say individual board members may add items to an agenda at least 7 days prior to a meeting. This request must be provided to the superintendent. I appreciate the 8 days, but my view is 8 days is our Sunday. So even if we provide it to him on Sunday, he's still getting it Monday morning.
That's a pretty bad assumption. I would get it, and then
But
it's
the-
just
but
because
we
our
can-
meetings are
I'm
Monday.
sorry, but we can't assume that you're going to work on Sundays.
No,
You and your staff, we can't assume, oh yeah, we'll send it to you on Sunday because we know everybody is, you know,
But even in that scenario, I have about 2.5 hours, 3 hours before my first board briefing to make sure I get it covered for all of the board meetings. And then maybe you guys in November want to have meetings on Tuesday or Wednesday. So it's, right now, board meetings are on a Monday. What it will be in November, at the will of the board.
but what if we send, I don't know. I guess it's just splitting hairs with 1 day,
To me, it's, I mean, I know we're splitting hairs, but it's fairness to all board members, and it's fairness to my staff, who's going to have to load this document, review it for legal sufficiency, make sure that there's not contradicting policies that are in place. So just putting an item is one thing. Part of my responsibility is to make sure things that are going on there are sufficient and have been reviewed, and you know, it would be negligent of me to say, sure, I'm going to post this, and then I know, you know, what you're asking for violates state statute. What you're asking for is already in place. It's just the opportunity, even though it's quick. And to be honest with you, I've only had very few where I've gotten stuff on the 7th day. You all have been very, very good at providing that information. Typically 2 weeks in advance. You give us stuff and we engage in the conversation before anything's ever posted. So the 8th day works for me, and my staff would thank you.
So we need to change item 3 to
Up to
8
board.
instead
Well,
of 7.
it's up to the board, whatever
Yeah.
you guys, I mean, I'm not going to split hairs
That's
on
what you're
that.
asking.
Yeah. Right now, at the end of the day, Ms. Rosario is proffering these policies, so
7 days is law, 8 days is okay.
Yes.
7 days is, we have to do at least 7, just for posting, but anything before that is up to the board.
I'm good
Up
with
to you
8.
guys.
Let me ask you a question. I know when we have new policies, we have to post them and put them out for review and all that and get public input. When we make changes, even if they're big changes like some of these, do we have to do that as well?
yeah, so this procedure is following the board's protocols. You're discussing them now. The board will have the opportunity to fully engage in that conversation regarding these policies. At the next board meeting, they will come to you based on any modifications or changes you all agree to here, and we will post it for public hearing, and then we come back at the following board meeting, they'll be approved.
Okay. And question I have is, was our attorney involved in creating these?
No, but I did send them for her feedback. I did get some feedback late Thursday afternoon, but I think we're capturing all of that, and she could feel free to weigh in if she feels good. But at the end of the day, you're not approving anything, you're just having a conversation.
Okay.
I did see the attorney's feedback on the citizen input one. So when we get to that one, I don't mind, talking about the recommendations for that one. I do have some feedback on this one, if you want to hear it. Sure.
It's not on.
Yeah, it's on. I think it just, can you hear me better now?
You're definitely not on.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. For number 1, it says the agenda along with any meeting materials and backups. I just wasn't sure what was meant by backups. And that's kind of throughout here. It uses the word backups, and I just don't know what that word is intended to mean.
The attachments.
Wouldn't that be the agenda, the meeting materials?
It should be meeting material, yeah. We've always referred to them as backup, but when we look at the agenda and there's a little paper symbol there, and you see all the attachments, that would be backup to that item that you're discussing.
I think it's more clear just to say along with any meeting materials, or if you feel like saying attached
Okay.
meeting materials.
I'm okay with that.
When it says available by posting on board docs, I would just recommend saying the district site, because board docs is more like a software that we use, that we don't have to use, that we could change. And then with the last sentence there, the only exception shall be items dependent on deadlines for submission or receipt. I wasn't sure what was meant by that, because we do have to post the agenda 7 days in advance.
Where are you looking?
I'm on number 1 still,
Oh,
the last sentence of it. I wasn't sure what was meant by that, because
the only exception shall be items dependent on deadlines for submission. So that was for the superintendent there. That was in Sunshine Law. Let me go back. Electronic form, excluding confidential or exempt information, shall be published on the board's website at least 7 days before the event, right? So that's notice of our agendas, should be posted at least 7 days before the event, and shall include any recommendations of the superintendent. The only exception shall be items dependent on let's say the superintendent says, I want to post the budget. The budget is posted on there, but he's still waiting for the final numbers. He has the opportunity to say, I don't know if you want to reword it, but he has the opportunity to say, we haven't received those yet, And so deadlines, I think I meant, dates in which he receives certain information. Those are the exceptions, that if he doesn't receive it yet, he can't post it. He can put the item, but there's no attachment yet because he's waiting for that information. That's what I meant.
An example would be a number of the documents you're approving tonight. The state didn't release the template until significantly later.
Yeah. So if you recommend different language for that sentence, that's fine.
yeah, I think I would just make it clear that it's referring to changes to meeting materials, because we had already stated earlier in the policy, like the agenda items are 7 days in advance, and any change can only be by good cause as determined by the chairperson. So that's why I was asking that question. But yeah, outside of that, I think it was just, again, throughout here, wherever it said backups, just recommending changing that to agenda materials if that's what was meant. And then if you look at under B, action or proposition, in the first sentence, it says that the board will take official action by deliberation or vote.
Okay.
And I was just recommending that it say
Just
official
vote.
action by vote, because you don't take official action by deliberation. And I think that was it for this one. I think, though, in general, and this is just more stylistic, just looking at the policies, you did several of them. There was some cutting of and pasting of the same language in each policy, and I
Right.
would say, since we do have them, the policies currently, like this policy's agenda, this policy's minutes, this policy's notice, just putting the language once in the place where it makes the most sense based on the policy category than having it in lots of numerous places. I think that's maybe a bit confusing, and then you have the issue that if you change it in one place, you have to make sure you make all those corresponding changes, so that's just more of a stylistic recommendation.
Hence the reason why I recommended we have one policy and not 4 different policies.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'm good with that. Yes, sir.
That first line, item B, official action by deliberation or vote, perhaps you really meant by vote or consensus, because this would actually obligate a vote, whereas in some cases, we might just act by consensus.
Except for we don't approve things by consensus. The only time we have consensus is at a workshop, and then it goes to him, and then he brings it back to us for a vote.
Okay. So they're all official
It
votes
has
then?
to be a vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah,
That is the rule.
that makes sense. All right, thank you, board members, for that. The next one is meetings policy. Oh, no, I did that one, sorry. Let me go back. Notice of meetings, that's policy 0164. Notice of meetings was very simple. There were 2 items that I found in Sunshine that just wasn't in our policy, and it really needed to be there. One which addresses emergency and special meetings. This, of course, this policy talks about the notice of it, like how are we notifying the public and the board members, how are meetings noticed. So there's really not very much here. Notice is required of all meetings, so I thought it's important for us, since we're looking at all of these policies, to also address this one. So it seems pretty simple enough. Again, I really think we need just one policy that incorporates all these things. But that would be notice of meetings. Any comments? Okay, and then the next one would be public participation. So public participation, in this one, since the public is participating, I thought that this policy should really clarify exactly what are consent items for the public, what are workshop and discussion items, and what is considered quasi-judicial, which I keep forgetting to take away that capital in judicial. Dr. Jacobs, I keep forgetting to do that. And that's important, because if we're allowing the public, if we're explaining what our policy is for public participation, this should be in there. These things should be in there. What reasonable notice is there. Again, it's all aligned with Sunshine. And then the guidelines just kind of clarifies, cleans up the language there. Nothing has changed. It's still 3 minutes per person. Persons may only speak once to every given item, to any given item. The time period may be extended by the presiding officer. There is one clarification here that I know Ms. Shattuck recommended, and it was regarding individual speakers and number 6, where originally I had time cannot be yielded to other people, but instead we've changed the language, so it's now recommended individual speakers may not yield. Individual speakers, it should say, may not yield their time to other speakers. That's what it really should say. That still needs to be changed, the wording just needs to be changed there, but, and then what was added here was not on the original policy, but is really important here. Representatives of groups or factions on a proposition such as a consent or an action may address the board during citizen input or action rather than all members of such groups or factions at meetings in which there are a large number of individuals. And so what it doesn't say is how much or how many people would be considered a large number of people. But I would just imagine that would be based on, the board members talking to each other at the beginning of the meeting, saying, hey, there's a lot of people here. Maybe there are some individuals who would allow for one of their members to speak on their entire behalf versus just one person. In this area, which is not on here, by the way, I'm just adding to the conversation. In this, Dr. Moore and I were talking, and it's usually left open. It could be left open. Let's say, for example, we have a really, really large amount of people, and someone does say, yeah, I want to give so-and-so an opportunity to speak on my behalf. An organization, for example. At that moment, and I'll let Dr. Moore talk about what Miami did, but at that moment, what some boards can do is just say, kind of vote and say, let's give them 5 minutes or 10 minutes to speak instead of the 3 minutes, because now an individual is not speaking as an individual is speaking on behalf of an organization. So they might have a little bit more to say. I originally thought we should put that in here, like if you are speaking on behalf of an organization, we give them 5 minutes instead of the 3 or whatever. But Miami, I think, does it a little different, so.
So through the chair, my understanding, Molly can correct me, because I've learned some things in Miami do aren't necessarily the right way. If there's 50 people signed up to speak to an item, you can't come up and say, I yield my time. That's the policy clearly says that. But the board can make a decision. Is there one person who can represent that group to come up, and rather than giving all 50 people 3 minutes, we can give that one person whatever the board deems appropriate, 10 minutes. A 10-minute argument can articulate the facts better than 50 3-minute segments. So it allows that organization or group or people who have a common interest in addressing the board to represent somebody. Of course, they have to be willing to do that. The way I've seen it done, always initiated by the board to say, is there one person in the organization who would want to address the group? And we'll give you 10 minutes, whatever the board would say. The board votes on it, and then they allow that to take place, and it ultimately allows that organization to make some articulated arguments or to address the board, while at the same time saving significant amount of time hearing the same thing over and over and over.
So I have a question about that. Let's say that I make up my own group, Mothers Against, weird board meetings, and I come and I say, I want to speak on behalf of this group. How are we going to stop all that? Because then what's going to happen are all these people are going to come up and make up these groups and then just start speaking for 5-10 minutes if we do that. I'm just afraid we're going to open up Pandora's box.
It's a good question. I think based on this, which makes sense, they have to represent a large number of people physically present.
It needs to be physically present.
Doesn't say that.
That's.
And we should specify the number.
It doesn't, when you're specifying a number, the individual has to be present to have their form filled out. You would have 57 forms in front of you. I've always seen this facilitated by the chair. There's 57 forms here, times 3. We're going to be here to midnight. If there's someone who is a part of that organization who wants to speak for X number of time, it's not 57 forms and 9 people in the audience. It would have to be at the benefit of the board. And it's at the benefit of the board. It's not at the benefit of anybody else. This would be an opportunity for the board to say, is this something we would want to do?
Yeah, the only concern I have with that is, and I remember going back to the mask debate, people wanted to have their say. They wanted to come and they wanted to speak. They didn't want to give up their time for somebody else to speak on their behalf. And then the other concern that people had is, you get 50 people coming to speak to an item. Well, I don't know that person and what they're going to say. Maybe they're not going to say what I want them to say. So do you say, all right, well, we have 50 people speaking to this item, but 5 of them have agreed to have this person speak, so now do we let the other people speak? I can see where it could get really gray.
So I can only, and I'm not defending up or down, just telling you what I've lived. There have been times where they're from an organization. So the, Team Christofoli organization comes and there's 25 people. We're going to let one individual speak for 10 minutes versus 25 minutes. There have been opportunities where the board chair has engaged in that conversation, and it's clear just by bringing up the point that all 25 people want to have their own comments. So it is a negotiate, I'm saying negotiate, but it is assessing, can we hear from one person to make an articulated argument versus hearing from 25 people in only 3 minutes, which no matter how it works, becomes repetitive.
So I'm wondering if we could put something on here that says, I'm with this group.
On the
And then
forum.
it would, yeah, on the forum, and that way it makes it very obvious that they're part of the group. And then if I had all that together on that group, I could say, do you all wish to have a spokesperson, and they can speak for X number of minutes?
I don't think you asked to have a spokesperson. I think that's the decision for the board.
Right,
Not
no,
for the community.
I'm saying
Right,
that,
yeah.
I'm just suggesting that that might be something we
But
want to put in
yeah,
there.
you wouldn't know if they're part of an organization or one specific group unless you had that information.
Right.
But yeah, and you would actually want to preface number 7 that says, at the decision of the board, this can be offered, and it has to be, and of course, you must say you have to be present, and if we have a form that captures who it is, and if this is published in advance, this allows people, like the last group we had, 40 people, instead of saying the same thing over and over, if they knew in advance that they could come and have a presence, but that they could have one person really move their argument further in more than 3 minutes, I think it's something that would be attractive to groups that really want to make a point.
Sure,
And it would cut our time down.
and it would cut our time down.
And it would be at the option of the chair
Yeah.
or at the board.
Okay.
Well,
Mr.
not
Rosario?
the chair, the board,
Right.
because once we gavel in, it's the board meeting, not the chair meeting. And so I do have a comment about the citizen input form. I did add that in there at first, having the group name, but that was, we'll get to that one in just a second. I will say that some of the discussions that I'm hearing about the possibilities that might come up, it's really not up to us to tell people, it's up to them to opt and say, I'm okay, let so-and-so be my representative from this organization or group. So if somebody still wants their 3 minutes, they absolutely should be able to take their 3 minutes. If 100 people want to take their 3 minutes, go ahead. But you might have some people who are shy who will say, no, I'd rather have my organization representative do it for me. I mean, the law says that we have to be able to allow this to happen. It wasn't on our policy, for a while, forever, and now it is. But my question originally, now that I think we're on the same page, is do we want to assign a time and say, in this case, up to 10 minutes will be granted, or do we handle the time
I think
on
10
an
minutes
individual basis?
10 minutes is a long time. I think
Yeah.
5 minutes is, what you said, I think is a good idea. Yeah.
I think you can get your point across if someone's representing a group in 5 minutes.
I would hesitate to put an exact number of people and times in there and just handle it on a case-by-case basis, because I think this is going to be rare that we do it. And we could probably come up with an appropriate amount of time for that group, which may be very different than another group, right?
Yeah, I think I kind of tend to agree with Dr. Pasca. Sorry, Mr. McDonald.
And I would agree, except the clause is, at the time that comes up, I don't know that the board wants to start getting into a negotiation of how much time this group deserves. I think if we might say no more than 10 minutes and minimum of a certain number of people.
You've heard speakers come up and say, how come they got more time than me? I think then we're going to get into that sort of thing,
Right.
even groups, and it could be a real problem. Yeah.
And no matter what, as Ms. Rosario said earlier, they have the right to come up and speak even if somebody else is speaking. I mean, we can't deny that. We
No,
can't deny
I think
it.
that you're right. I think that there would have to be X number of people of this group are willing to have one
Right.
person speak for them, then those people disqualify themselves. And if,
We could also do it where if they have their form, for every form, that's 10 people, 10 minutes. I don't know.
5 minutes for them.
Yeah, or 5 minutes, whatever it is, but, because we have had where we've had hundreds of people come speak, and it would be very helpful to consolidate that, but also honor their ability to speak.
And I'm sorry. And I think it would be helpful for us as a board and for them to have a coherent, more in-depth discussion rather than the same thing. Because when people get up and talk, I try and take notes so I can remember what they said, and you end up writing the same thing down 40 times rather than understanding really what they want to get at.
My thing about the 1 minute is if you have 25 people in an organization show up to speak and you have 25 minutes, you can't give 1 minute per person.
No, I just threw that out there as a, you know, if you've got, like you said, you have, let's face it, we have two groups that are coming to our meetings now, right? If we give one group 10 minutes and the other group we say, nope, only 5 minutes, we're going to have a big problem on our hands. We need to be fair.
I think it also depends too, because if you have a group of 10 people and you have a group of 50 people, that would depend on how many voices you're hearing in that one group versus how many voices you're hearing here. You might need to have 6 minutes here and 5 minutes here, you know.
But I also see where you can say, okay, a bunch of people want to speak to this topic, right? You're all part of a group. Would you like a group representative? And they say yes, and then you let the group representative speak, and then they still say, now I want my 3 minutes. So I can see that happening too. That's why I suggested maybe taking their forms and saying, okay, you 10 people now are being represented by this group.
You must do it that way.
Because if you don't do that, they're all going to say, no, I wasn't represented by the group, I want to speak too. And then we've got this even longer. I think we're in the weeds on that one.
We have to, it's our meeting. We have to be in the weeds on
How
this.
is this furthering academic achievement, though?
Well, we're talking board meeting. We've already talked academic achievement, now we're talking board meeting.
I think that the idea is a good one
Further
because it can take hours off of our agenda. And I mean, the idea of the public expression is not just to get up and pontificate. If they want, they can. But the idea is pass on some information so that we can better make a decision. So I think 10 minutes from one person is probably better than 3 minutes from 12 people, if they're willing to each agree to submit to those rules.
I would just say we have one meeting a month. That's when our public can speak to us. So whatever we do in this continuing discussion, we have to remember that.
Okay. I don't know if we got anywhere.
But it's good discussion.
I think just put it down there and let's kind of let it,
Put what down there? You got to be clear to what you want.
keep 6 in there.
Okay. 6, 7.
Yeah, we can't
The
take it out.
representative groups or factions on a proposition such as consent or agenda action may address the board during citizen input, that one.
Right.
Keep it there, but unless somebody comes forward and says we have a group representative, I think we should just let everybody have 3 minutes unless they come forward and say we have a representative to speak for our behalf. And then we also have an item that says that the board chair, presiding officer, may extend their time. So if I see we have 10 people willing to get up to their form, I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to give you a little bit extra time. You know, I think we can do that and be fair about it.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, then that leads us to the speaker form. Nothing new here. Again, the speaker form just aligns with the policy now. You know, there were some inconsistencies, and this just clears it. Doesn't seem to be anything controversial. The form itself was changed to say citizen input and now says citizen input. You may speak, in parentheses, you may speak only one time during citizen input. I wish to speak during citizen input on, and then you name the item that you wanted to speak. Sorry, you can speak to citizen input, or you can name the consent item that you want to speak to directly, and then action item. In action item here, they would speak to each action item, and then actually name the action item in which they would speak. A new form needs to be completed for each item to which you would like to speak. Any changes to the speaker form must align with board policies. I originally, where you have name and email, I originally had a line that said organization. You know, if you were a part of an organization, for them to include that, who you want to give it up to. Dr. Moore's team recommended not to have that in there because they didn't want, I think, an abuse of someone not knowing what the policy is to say, you know, every time they come, I'm in this organization. They're not giving up their 3 minutes to that organization, they're just saying that they're in that organization. So I think there was just, I think I accepted the recommendation only because I think it might be a little confusing for the chair at that moment to imagine everybody's a part of an organization, they're just gonna add it in there willy-nilly, and we really
I
don't want
agree.
that.
Ms. Berenborger?
Yeah, 1 second.
Sorry, honey.
The citizen input form, though, that very first line where it says, I wish to speak during citizen input, and then the consent item is, it makes it feel like if I was just coming to the meeting, that I have to speak to a consent item, and I don't. I can speak on anything I want.
Right.
So I think that wording needs to be a little different. Maybe I wish to speak during citizen input, period. And then the next box, I wish to speak about this, or a sub-box, I wish to speak about a consent agenda item, or I wish to speak about something else, just something like that. Because otherwise it looks like you have to speak to a consent agenda item. And they can speak to an action item, as printed on the action agenda during citizen input, right? So on here it says, and action item, you may speak to each action item below. It doesn't say that they can do it on citizen input time. I see above where it says citizen input, and then it says action item. So in other words, I think you need to add another box saying I want to speak to a consent item, or I want to speak to an action item, or I want to speak to something else.
Yeah, I think that's originally what that first box is supposed to be, but I'm gonna actually give it over to Dr. Jacobs. I'm okay with either one of those. I don't know if Dr. Jacobs, you captured all of that. Because it is true, they can speak during citizen input. They don't necessarily have to speak to a consent item.
They don't have to wait until that item is up for vote, because that item could be 2 hours from now.
I do think, in looking at this, that was part of what we had discussed, is that they can speak to essentially anything during
Right.
citizen input. It doesn't have to be a action item or a consent item. So I think that top part, having I wish to speak during citizen input, and maybe it's some kind of note saying this may be to action, consent, or some other item the speaker wishes to speak to. I wish to speak during action to an action item, because that's essentially the distinction there, is some people want to go right up front and some people want to wait till that item is being presented. So I do think a couple of tweaks to this would be helpful in clarifying that for the individuals reading this.
Yes. Dr. Jones, you want to add something else?
So check, I'm going to speak first one during citizen input.
Your mic's not on.
Testing, that's all.
The battery probably died here.
Oh, testing. Let's say when they come in, they check and say, I want to speak during citizen input. And then a consent item that they were going to speak to is pulled to action item. So when they come up, can they say then, I want to speak during the action item time?
Yes.
Okay, that's not an issue. Because I did that several times when they came up, they didn't, you know.
Who said yes?
I did. If someone comes up and they want to speak to citizen I think this was the question. If someone comes up and they want to speak during citizen input, they can also speak to an action item.
Yeah,
An
because
action item, yes.
Yeah, they don't know if we're going to pull it from consent
But
to action.
A consent is an action item. Consent agenda
True,
is
true.
5A.
That's
If an
true.
item is on consent, and I want to do public hearing, I want to go talk about whatever I want, I have that right, but I also want to talk about an item that I don't know whether it's going to be pulled or not pulled, but it's on the consent agenda, I'm going to sign up to speak to item 5A. Then in that 3 minutes, I can talk to every consent item if I so choose.
So it could be consent or action.
Right. It's an action item. If you say action, you're including consent.
But people in the audience don't know that. They see consent. Oh, this one's not on now. All right, so they see consent. That one's dead too. So they see consent, and they think that's a different thing they need to do than action, because that's how our agenda reads. So I think we need to clarify that on there.
Okay.
Or just put an
Consent or
item
action.
and the number.
Right.
You don't even need to put consent or action, you just need to put, I'd like to speak to this item and the number.
Yeah, that,
No?
That won't work?
no, because you're limiting what they should be saying. Public hearing is public hearing. I think if you just clarify what an action item is, or maybe you clarify with a statement, if you wish to speak to an item that's under consent, please sign up for action to address that item during 5A.
Now it's really confusing.
Wait,
Well-
Dr. Jacobs, Madam Chair, Dr. Jacobs.
Yeah, I see. Go ahead, Dr. Jacobs, see if you can clarify it.
So I guess the question would be, then we're going to have individuals speak before the consent agenda is approved, if it's on consent. If it's pulled to action, then they will then speak on it during the action. Okay, the other question would be, and I know in reviewing the policies, and I just need to, I don't know which policy it was in, there's also some language added that speakers would speak to the written order of business. So that's the other thing, if you're pulling items from consent to action or adding action items, that printed order of business is different than the agreed upon order of business at the beginning of the board meeting. So I just want to be very transparent about that, that when we're creating these forms and the policy revisions.
Yeah, I have,
So can the policy be agreed upon instead of written, or is that statute?
wait, I have.
You just said if it's printed, right, versus agreed upon.
So I would have to defer to legal counsel. I know we've gotten some legal opinions about this in the past, and she could articulate it better than I.
And it's not printed. It's what's been posted, it's not what's printed, it's what's been made public.
This isn't going to work. Well, is it? Yes.
Oh, I'm
okay.
sorry, and that's not added, that was in the previous policy for a long time.
Yeah, through the chair, I was going to make a couple of comments on the policy 0169.1 and the form, and that was going to be one of them, is that I would recommend taking out the language for that a speaker may speak to an action item as printed on the business in case you do change, so that it would be for any action item. So if there is a change, such as something is pulled from the consent agenda to action, because I think it only makes sense, that is one of the things in the law, that a speaker has to be able to speak on a proposition prior to it being voted on. And I think, it only makes sense if we are going to have other action items separately able for somebody to speak on, that if we're going to pull something for special consideration as an action item, that they also have the ability to speak on that.
Ms. Rosario?
So consent items would be on the printed or the published item. That's not an added item. The consent item would already be on there. Pulling a consent item to action would still be already on the agenda. That doesn't change. The Sunshine Law is very clear. It doesn't prevent board members from adding action items that are not on the previously published agenda, on the published
Action
agenda.
items?
Action items. We are absolutely allowed by law to add an action item at any time. What the Sunshine Law says is to try not to do that for controversial items, because we want to give the public an opportunity to speak to those items. That's what the Sunshine Law says. It doesn't say that we can't add action items. It says that we can, but to please keep controversial items for a time when you're allowing public comment, citizen comment on those, on whatever item that there's a proposal for. So that's that. Right?
Yes, that's correct. It is not recommended to add action items, so because the purpose of having the 7-day notice requirement is to give the public notice, and you are not doing that if you are adding things at the last minute.
Shady.
However, if it was something very non-controversial, like the board voting, we want to add another budget workshop, that's not the type of thing that would generally be considered controversial, but yeah, it's generally not recommended to add action items to an agenda because they don't give the public notice.
Right,
Did
thank
you want to hear the other comments I had on policy 0169.1 now? I know we're running kind of long. There's not very many of them, but I can also
Okay.
provide them at another time.
It's up
Go
to the
ahead.
board.
Go ahead.
Okay. So. So the first one was just same as in the other policy. There's language in here about deliberation or vote, so just changing it to vote to take out deliberation. The other one was what we had just talked about. So we had already discussed that, about 3 minutes for each action item. Another one, this is just really grammatical, under renumbered 5, because they need to be renumbered if we're taking out 4. It cites the law, like see the law, but that's already in your citations. So I would just recommend taking that out because that's, you know what I mean? We generally, instead of citing along in the policy, just put it at the end of the policy in the citations. Kind of under B, kind of in the middle, it talks about forms being submitted electronically no later than 4 p.m. the business day prior. I think business got taken out, and my recommendation would be to keep it in with your, meetings on Monday. If you provide it on Sunday, like you were saying previously, people aren't working on Sunday, so it doesn't really help unless it's the business day prior. And then,
That's a good recommendation. Is that okay with you? Instead of 8 days, board members, we should say the prior business day?
She's talking about people submitting a form.
Oh, I'm
citizen
sorry.
input.
I apologize.
And that's how we have it right now.
Yeah.
They have to bring it, they have to submit it by Friday.
right, and I thought it looked like it was crossed out. My recommendation would be just to keep it as it is, just to recognize if it's submitted on a weekend, that's not really going to help. And then under 2, where the presiding officer shall be guided by the following rules, participants must be recognized by the presiding officer by their name, and then I think it just says group affiliation as indicated. So again, just grammatically, I think it would make sense to say their name and, if applicable, group affiliation.
Where are you, number 2?
It is a number 2 under the presiding officer shall be guided by the following rules. So that's just a minor grammatical change.
I do see business meeting in there, by the way, on the actual speaker form. It does say business day prior to the business meeting.
Okay. Yeah, and then on the form, we talked about making this change in the policy, but under 5, just grammatically, the individual speaker's time may not be yielded to other speakers, because right now it just says individual speakers may not be yielded, and that doesn't really read correctly.
Okay, got it.
That was it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Jacobs, did you get all of that?
All right.
No, it was long, Madam Chair and board members, but very, very good conversation all the way throughout. As a reminder, we do not have 5:30 presentation. We start at 6. We do have
good.
a presentations, but it is at 6. So we will reorganize the room and reboot.
Just making sure there's nothing else here. Okay, great. Then I'd like to adjourn this workshop at 5:02.